Neon lights on my jacket drifting with the breeze. Retro waves in my mind like cassette memories. I float through the night like a glitch in the code. Everybody rushing, but I'm in cruise mode. Analog bass humming like a streetlight buzz. People get heated over things nobody was. I'm just here vibing with a cosmic grin. World feel tense, I just breathe back in. Stay neon cool, don't break your glow. Warm like the lights where the retro winds blow. Stay neon cool, let the drummer roll by. We shine better when the world runs dry. Yeah, I talk smooth like the tape deck, rewinding. Calm in my soul like the stars realigning. Everybody flex, mad noise on the feed. I just tune it out, that's a real cool creep. Drip with the vibe like I'm born from a grid. Kick back, lean back, doing life like I did. Cool ain't the clothes, it's the piece you choose. Be the calm in the storm, not the headline news. Space swirl slow like a dream in the air. You can light up the dark if you choose to care. Keep your spirit chill, let your heart be ruled. Even in chaos, stay neon cool. Stay neon cool, don't break your glow. Warm like the lights where the retro winds blow. Stay neon cool, let the drummer roll by. We shine better when the world runs dry.
Hey, welcome in, welcome in. Welcome back, my Tater Nation. Good to see y'all. Welcome back. It's me, of course, your friendly neighborhood potato, peeking out from beneath the soil, watching that world above me grow and constantly trip over its own shoelaces these days, right? And you know, us potatoes, we have lots and lots of eyes. We like watching all the interesting things that humans do up top. And from culture to politics, from history to the headlines, from common sense to complete nonsense, breaking it down as only a potato can. And today we're going to be digging in, brushing off the dirt, and taking a good, honest look at what's really going on. So grab a seat, grab a snack, preferably a potato, and let's see what the world looks like today through a potato's eye. And of course, my inspirational quotes when I remember them. If you're uncomfortable, congratulations. Welcome to the club. We're all growing, and you're probably too. And it hurts to grow, right? And then, of course, Bruce Lee, take things as they are. Punch when you have to punch, and kick when you have to kick. And it's time we start to understand that at a deeper level. All right, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Let's see, who do we have? We had Heaven Max starting us out. Appreciate you, Heaven Max. Good to see you. The blind pill is an interesting concept. We'll be talking about that today. If you haven't seen that debate, we'll be going over it. And then I do have the links in the description below. Homestead, good to see you. Crusader, good to see you. Appreciate the engagement, guys. Stacy, good to see you. It's been a bit, so appreciate the engagement when I can get it. And I hope you're doing all right. Bandit, good to see you. And World Radio, good to see you. Vashmit, good to see you. Tater tots in the air fryer now. Nice. That's the way to be. All right. So let's see. I didn't have anything funny pulled up, even though I've got a ton that I had saved. So let me get in there real quick, because if I don't get through them, I'll never get through them. And I had a lot that I saved, so bear with me here. How's everybody doing today? How's the weather up there, right? Oh, this is funny. All right, let's see. Pause that. Get over to that screen. So it says the wires started making a funny noise as they were feeding them through this box. Okay, what's going on? Oi! Leave me alone! I'll have a woman in here, he says. I thought that was funny. All right, let's see. What else do I have here? Go away. Oh, this one was from Leonardo Capero. I've shown him before. Big Daddy Leo watching TV with him and stuff. Anyway, shit. Had to have my boomer moment, guys. There we go.
Remembering a body.
And it's not even that very loud.
Remembering a body. It's actually very difficult to cut through bone with a hacksaw.
What the heck is wrong with my algorithm now? I don't watch it. Babe, would you on my phone?
Babe, were you on my phone? Did you mess with my algorithm? Yep, it was her. I'll bet you $1 to a dime it was her. Probably need to turn my mic down. I was editing my video today and it was so loud I had to turn all my portions of my videos down. It was kind of obnoxious. The editing time was getting obnoxious. This one's kind of funny. Let's see. Come on. When they think you won't bite, that's the time to bite.
I know he looks like he wants to bite me, but I'm just saying that he's thirsty.
I'm just saying he's thirsty. Ow. Now let's take a look at the comments on that one, because let's see. Some of the comments. Why did I jump scare? Come on. He literally spit the water out. What are you doing? There was a bunch of them that was like, when you get waterboarded when you're just minding your own business. Oh, man. Heaven Max. The algo makes me feel like I'm a closet criminal. Yeah, right. Yeah, I know that feeling all too well there, man. All right, let's see. What else did I have here? Thought that was funny. Oh man, this one's comical and somewhat relatable, probably. I don't know. Then the Elks. That baby elk just fucking trips over that fence, and the mom just keeps going, just like, fuck them kids. I'm out. F them kids. All right, that's, I guess, probably enough funny for right now. We'll get into some of the actual concept for the day. All right. So there's been quite a few things that have happened in the last week or two, as well as things that have been happening across the nation that are starting to look like a pattern, if you will, maybe just a concern, if at all, at the best. But this one is within the last. So this one was the last couple of days. But this is the most updated information on it. If you have not heard that the Medline warehouse in Tracy, California, that is a medical supply facility. It's approximately 1 million square feet. Medical supply distribution center in Tracy, California, on June 11th, so 3 days ago, was caught fire. So 1 million square feet is going to be a fairly large impact on the medical supply chain, especially in the California area. The areas around it are going to have to recoup from that and feed into that area what they have excess of. And we all understand what happened in 2019, 2020, when there was an influx of need for medical supplies. It was hard to find them as it stood. So with this happening, I strongly advise to stock up on anything that you feel that you need. Medical wise, there are good distribution centers out there. I just heard about one just recently. I can't think of it off the top of my head, of course, but I will try to remember it and try to tell you guys about it. But we need to be making sure we're looking out for each other and ourselves in these trying times, especially. But this is Fox 40 News from 14 hours ago on the latest that I could find on this information.
There's a total loss. There is no saving the building.
Tonight, devastation and more questions as firefighters in Tracy continue to battle that major fire that destroyed the 1 million square foot Medline facility. Fire officials do say they're seeing steady progress in their ongoing firefight. And we want to thank you for joining us for Fox 40 News at 10. I'm Dennis Shanahan. Tonight, local leaders confirm that fire is expected to impact e-commerce and continue to impact air quality for a few more days. Fox 40's Sierra Krug joins us live in studio tonight to break down the
And another thing about this that I have a concern about is they're not completely releasing all of the chemicals. Like, they're not releasing the information of everything that was in the building as far as chemicals go. So what was in this facility? What kind of impacts could it be doing to the air quality like they just mentioned? And then like Stacy in the comments mentions, if you're wondering why this might have burned down, you know, maybe a theory, maybe not, go look into it. Because again, this is going to cause a very large impact on medical supply chain. About Apophis, I do not. That doesn't sound familiar. Again, if you know anything about it, or if you have any links to videos or anything like that, please feel free to drop them in the Discord. I'll be happy to look at them.
ongoing aftermath. Sierra.
Yes, Dennis, Tracy fire crews have been on scene all day, continuing to battle lingering clouds of smoke, working to put the fire on the interior of the east side of the building out. Now, even though city officials say they're making progress in this ongoing firefight, there are still many unanswered questions. Plus, we're learning more about how the estimated 900 employees at that facility will be impacted.
And that's another thing, is now that there's a 1 million square foot facility down, that's 900 people out of work. What are they going to do? Where are they going to go? We'll be talking about business, jobs, and things like that as I go throughout my channel, whether it be today or not. I'm not sure, but there's a lot of impact to the workforce and not much appearance of recouping that for the average man. Hey, Hardwire, good to see you. Appreciate the engagement, man. And of course, it is Sunday, so he will be going live after my show. So if you don't know, he has his own show. Please go give him some love when I end. And then probably before the night is over, we'll have a whatever watch party like we do on Sundays. Always have it up in the background if you do join, but you're always welcome to join if you're part of the Discord. And if you're not, join the Discord. Recompense. Thank you, Leia. Good to see you. I'm a potato, guys. Remember that, please. Good to see you. System Crash. Good to see you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm not sure if I've seen you around, so thank you very much for the engagement. Hope to keep you around here. We'll get back to this real quick.
Pitch black smoke turning to light brown, and 2 days of fierce firefighting turning to 3 this Saturday, as crews continue tackling heavy smoke still rising from the now destroyed Medline warehouse in Tracy.
It's still under investigation with the fire marshal. They're starting at square one.
The facility burst into flames Thursday around 1 p.m. Medical equipment and at least 100 lithium-ion battery-powered robots going up in the blaze, prompting concerns over air quality and public health, medical supply distribution, and safety.
So lithium-ion robots, that's concerning for many reasons on that front there. System Crash, you're a friend of AVG's. That's awesome. Thank you, AVG, for sending another friend over, or if you just saw her on the thumbnail, awesome. A friend of AVG is definitely a friend of my channel. System is a DSD and AVG supporter. Nice. DSD. Who is DSD? I don't do initials very well.
The city works with environmental and public health officials to conduct air quality sampling. The company Medline addressing supply chain impacts. First of all, the company set up a command center. They've reassigned and rerouted orders to other distribution centers and have increased Medtrans trucks and third-party carriers to minimize the impact to e-commerce. The company also acknowledging the real people behind the work.
And also along these lines, what's going to happen to, so 1 million square foot facility, that's a very large facility. They have like maybe 12 to 15 of these facilities within the 45 facilities there are. Dark Side Deaconess. Duh. I should have known that. Welcome. I appreciate the engagement. And Dark Side Deaconess is a good streamer as well. Beatrix, good to see you. Good afternoon. All right. So again, this is going to impact prices as well as supply. So again, if you don't have a good stock of things in reserve, I'm of the mindset of being a year supply, right? Food supply, medical supply, anything that you can have. And of course, with the cities, as small as they are, it's hard to have the room to have a year's supply of things. But medical supplies and shelf-ready food, right? Make sure
According
you're
to
having
Medline,
them
they've
on
connected
hand.
with nearly all affected employees. They say they're offering on-site and local support, which includes financial and counseling services. A spokesperson for the company adding they're supporting local employees and, quote, identifying opportunities to return to work in the near term. I asked what that means exactly. We know an estimated 900 employees work at that 1 million square foot facility that burned down, so I asked if this means nearly 1,000 people are out of a job. Medline has not yet answered. Tracy Mayor Dan Ariola sharing a message Friday to impacted employees.
We want to encourage them to look into some available county resources, specifically with County WorkNet.
Meanwhile, questions still leading back to a major obstacle first responders faced. Officials confirmed the facility's sprinkler system was last inspected by a company selected third party in January, yet failed to work Thursday. So as the smoke begins to...
That's beyond concerning. It was inspected, but it failed to work. Now, we've got quite a bit of impact going on with these facilities. And it's interesting how they keep failing with these supposedly safety oriented items, right? The where was it, Washington or whatever, that I released the video about the tank that imploded and ended up unaliving 8 people. And then we had a tank in, I think, California that was on the verge of exploding. And now we have this at a 1 million square foot medical facility. Wi-Fi, you worked there? Used to, yeah. That's concerning. I'm glad you weren't there when it happened. Man, I'm glad you're safe, brother. Failed work, yeah. It's interesting the terminology that they used and things like that. It's interesting what happened. Obviously, we don't know. Speculation, but if it was inspected in January, we're only, June? It's only 5 months later, 6 months at the most.
Clear. The investigation is just getting started.
As you can imagine, an incident of this scale and magnitude of the complexity of the building being over 1 million square feet, lots of questions.
Fire officials say they anticipate heavy smoke to remain in the area for the next few days. The cause of the fire is still under investigation.
So again, if you're in that area, please take care of yourselves and do your best to stock up on anything and everything that you can, medical-wise. All right, so the next concern that I have, most people should have, and if you haven't heard about it, it is happening in Texas that started. But the USDA has reported 5 cases of New World screwworm, and the screwworm was eradicated in the 60s. I think it was 1966. And how we did that was we released millions and millions of sterile flies that went in and mated with the female flies. And then typically these flies do not mate more than once. So we released millions and millions of these sterile flies. These sterile flies were exactly identical, except for they had been irradiated after they had been bred and then released out into the population in select areas in order to fight this New World screwworm back in the 60s. It worked. They were eradicated, but now we have an influx coming in through Texas. Now, what this screwworm does is a flesh-eating parasite that gets into open wounds, lays the eggs, and then they will eat the flesh to survive and grow and thrive. So this is impacting cattle, mostly from the sounds of it, but it's also going to impact wildlife. It's going to impact goats, sheep, all sorts of things. So we need to be making sure we're keeping an eye out for this kind of behavior. I guess ivermectin helps to unalive the actual worms themselves, but I'm sure it's not going to do a whole lot for the larvae as well as the flies themselves. Now, their thought process is to then again continue with this process of releasing millions of sterile flies into the environment. And I'm assuming we're all assuming that it's going to work. The problem is life finds a way, right? We've found this multiple times in real situations as well as Spielberg and all the other movie scenarios. So is this really the process that we want to be taking? I'm not saying it's not, but now we're asking the citizens for more tax money, which who has any money to spare at this point in time, for a massive facility in the United States to breed these sterile flies for this eradicated species, according to what I've come across and found. So this is an interesting story. I'm not sure how much of this we'll be actually going into. I just want to be bringing it to your guys' awareness. If you don't know about it, read up on it. This is going to be an issue for many years to come at this point, because even releasing the sterile flies is not going to stop the breed of the ones that are smart enough or whatever the case is. So be sure that you're taking your animal's health into consideration, especially now. Let's see. Going back to the lithium batteries is what is expected causing the fire. If water would have came on, it would have been more work. That's actually a fair point. Wi-Fi. Lithium batteries, and they did mention the lithium robots. I even caught that and mentioned it myself. So, yep, water would have been a bad thing, but the fact that it failed to activate at all is interesting. Now, it would have probably made it worse, yes, and I agree with you, but that is still an interesting idea that it didn't come on. Stacy, oh no, I don't think that they said it came from the US. I think it's coming. I don't know where they're saying it's coming from. I'm assuming it's coming up from Mexico, through the cattle and things like that. But I don't know for sure where they're saying it's coming from. But I don't think it's going down, at least. Stacy, taking ivermectin is going to help in aspects of your life, so try to order a lot of it and stock up. Yeah, and oh my gosh, that just actually made me realize that it's going to impact the cost of ivermectin. And like Stacy just mentioned, you're going to want to make sure that you have some of it. Well, not maybe make sure there are other routes that you can take, black walnut and things like that for parasites, but make sure that you're keeping an eye out for that kind of thing too. But yeah, that makes sense. Prices have skyrocketed. Hey Mo, good to see you. Good to see you. Appreciate you. If you don't know, Mo has his own channel as well. Does debates and things like that. So definitely check him out. Beatrix, where did the Ukraine lab go? Why don't they do it? Where did the UK? It's a good question. I'm assuming it's because they don't have the facility big enough or something like that, but it's interesting. I haven't heard we have a problem in Mexico. That's even more curious. Thank you very much for that feedback. If you hear of anything, let me know. And if you don't hear of anything, let me know. Now I'm actually kind of curious. Mo, you moved me to... Oh, yeah. Anyway. Did you hear that Oliver Tree passed away? Did you hear Oliver Tree? Nope. Didn't even know him, I don't think. Oliver Tree. Sounds familiar for some reason. Who was he? Hey, Mr. B, good to see you. Good to see you. All right, let's get into this real quick. So actually, basically that boils the story down, right? Like I kind of run it down pretty quickly. As of right now, their plan is to release millions and millions of more flies into habitats that are cattle. What could possibly go wrong with this scenario in an already eradicated species? So please stock up anything you can, medical wise, especially parasite wise, and keep an eye out for your sheep, your animals. The next story, the next subject that I want to talk about is going to be the junkyards that we've been seeing catching on fire. Now, the junkyards, where I do understand that there are some cases of arson and things like this that do happen in junkyards, it's a bunch of scrap steel, some of it magnesium, unfortunately, that is very flammable, and other things that aren't so flammable. So how are these uncontrollable junkyard fires happening recently, right? Just after this kill switch to your cars gets mandated in 2027, now they're trying to force you into newer vehicles. How do you do that? Well, you get rid of the supply chain that gives people their older vehicles or continues to keep them. So this lady, Car Coach Reports, I think I've used her in previous streams to cover things. She does a decent breakdown, but I don't think she's heard of what I have heard of or what I've come across as far as these junkyard fires go. So what I'm coming across, and this could be speculation, but what I've found is there have been since January 2025. Now this is January 2025, so that would be almost a year and a half at this point in time. Yeah, it would be a year and a half. But we've had 150 fires in junkyards. 150. Amongst those, there have been 31 in California, 25 in Texas, 20 in Florida, and 17 in Illinois. Now, there's suspected arson or possible electrical fires in these. But that's 150 lots of older vehicles that you can pick up parts for fairly cheap. And these are no longer available. 150 of them. How many are there in the United States? You know, I don't know for sure. But it is interesting to look into how many fires that there have been in junkyards recently. Let's see. So get into the chat here. It looks like it's been going here. System crash. The guy who sings life goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, right. Let's see. Release mostly eradicated parasite, destroy large supply of anti-parasite meds. And that's just it. Voshmit, appreciate the engagement. Let's see. Yeah, that BAMF is it is so deep. Like I said, there's just so much. There was so much I couldn't cover it on my stream. I went down that rabbit hole probably too far. I just didn't have enough. There's more information that I want to cover than that one. So I'm interesting to what you have to share, Leia. So if you don't know, Leia has her own stream. She'll be covering that BAMF, the bricks and minifigs. In more in depth, I guess. But yeah, Stacy, they're trying to make it so you can't fix your car. David Edgerly, howdy y'all. Sorry for being late. Oh no, you're all right. I think you're new in here, so I appreciate the engagement, my friend. My new friend, hopefully to keep you around. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, Martae, good to see you. I hope you stick around, man. I'm not going to shed as much bad light on you as everybody else has been. Martae's a good guy, guys. This is an interesting take. I'll give him that. Yeah, of course, Leia, of course. Hey, Static Age, good to see you. What up, y'all? All right, so let's get into the discussion. Well, actually, this one, I do want to bring this up real quick. I'll probably be covering more of this actual stream. It's 3.5 hours long. But if you haven't heard of Myron Gaines, I saw this a while ago. Somebody else released it, and it wasn't the best quality, so I didn't cover it. And then I saw Uncensored America released it, and so I wanted to cover this real quick because I've covered this guy in one of my other streams, and he says F the logic against Andrew Wilson. If you haven't seen that, please go check it out. I'll have to link it in the description at some point in time. But this guy, he is wild. We'll check this out real fast because it's only a couple of minutes.
Only relationship started when you were in your mid-30s and also ended in your mid-30s.
Okay.
Why should anybody listen to you for
you're the
dating
cloud
advice?
chaser guy that got beat by Andrew Wilson, right?
No, I beat Andrew Wilson.
Okay,
Only
you're
dick
that guy.
only dick
That guy.
riders. Only dick riders. Only dick riders think Andrew won. By the way, so
No, he
tell me again.
After you said F the logic, yeah, bruh. Yeah, only D riders.
Why should anybody listen to you for dating? Why should it? Can you shut the fuck up? Can you shut?
He's getting roasted so hard from the back. Then he has to tell him to shut up to even continue.
The fuck up, fat ass. Listen,
this guy.
Listen.
This guy's a cloud chaser.
No, it's not a cloud chaser. I have a question.
You are. You've been following me all over the place.
You literally have had one relationship in your mid-30s. Why should anybody listen to you for dating advice?
Actually, that's a good question. That's actually. I'm glad that you brought that up.
Oh, are you?
No, I am. I am glad because here's the thing, my friend. I've dated and been around a lot of women.
No, you haven't.
Okay.
Self-admitted you've had one relationship, but keep lying.
He's reaching so much. Like Myron is. How many followers do they have? I don't even really know off the top of my head. But I can't even imagine how much he actually gets thrown at him. Hey, Kyle, good to see you. Good to see you. Appreciate the engagement. Always good to see you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Buddy, you do realize that you don't have to be within the confinements of a traditional relationship to understand and date and be around a lot of women, correct?
So you know a lot about relationships?
Quite a bit, yeah. Quite a bit.
In one, you
and
know
then,
a lot
and then
about
most importantly, I understand female nature to a degree to identify which women qualify for a relationship and which ones don't. Now, you might not know that because you're a simp and you're a sucker and you believe in the marriage
and I'm
institution.
Married, I've been in many relationships.
See, here's the thing.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
See, sir, that does not qualify you. Being married, that means basically, okay, well, I found a wife, I'm cool or whatever. But that's not the male statistic of success. The male statistic of success is, do women, right? Do you have the ability to attract women?
You don't
right?
have the ability to attract women.
Okay, buddy. See,
I have
like,
a viral video. I have a viral video. I have a viral video asking women. I have a viral video asking women, did anybody find Myron Gaines attractive? 3,000 comments. Guess how many women said yes? Take a guess. Take a guess.
So
you selected the right amount of people to get what you wanted so that you could go viral. Woohoo! Good job. Good job. Of course, Myron's going to be hated. He's a public figure. I'm hated, I'm sure. I'm sure I have all haters out there somewhere. And that's all right. It's going to happen eventually if it hasn't yet.
Actually believe women when they tell you what they're attracted to and what they're not.
Am I only supposed to believe you and no experience?
Okay, let me give you an example. As we were driving here, I saw Bundy drive. Are you familiar with the guy Ted Bundy?
Sure.
How many women showed up at his trial?
I'm sure people are crazy and like Ted Bundy.
Okay,
but
so
you can't attract women. You're supposedly a high-value man.
Are you gonna be quiet while I explain this to you?
Why are we talking about Ted Bundy?
Because I'm gonna bring this somewhere.
Okay.
The reality is that the things that women are attracted to and aroused by are not politically correct a lot of the times. And women are not going to be honest, and they don't have a vested interest in being honest with what they're attracted and aroused by, because the things that arouse and attract them are not politically correct.
So when someone let me finish what I'm saying. So the women that are attracted to Ted Bundy, they're being honest, but the women that aren't attracted to you aren't being honest.
Once again, I'm trying to explain to you. Women like bad boys. Women like men that are dangerous. Women tend to be hypersophiliacs.
I love you, women. It just, you're not going to tell us what you actually want. So to really think that you're telling a guy, especially one that looks like that, what you really want in life, I'm not going to believe it. If you tell me what you want in life, I'm not going to believe it. Sorry.
More than men, which means they're attracted to men that are dangerous, that are criminals, etc. Now, women aren't going to admit this openly for obvious reasons. So what they tell simps like you, right? I like a guy who's nice. I like a guy who gives me flowers. I like a guy who's XYZ. Yeah, that's what the model that you use when you dispense your shitty dating advice. That's what you dispense.
I don't say that.
So anyway, like I was saying, the reality is that women are not going to be honest about what they're attracted to and what they're aroused by.
But you believe
and I'm using Ted Bundy, the Night Stalker, Luigi Mangione. Why are women?
Yeah, Wi-Fi. When I get people underneath me and I actually start like getting a little bit more crazy with my content, I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of haters. I won't be anything different. I'll never change. Who I am is who I am. But what I want to do is I want to start doing like the TikTok invasion. And I'm not trying to take anything from anybody. And I know Andrew has that kind of locked down, but I want to do something similar to that. Go where they are and start to actually question them. Have a potato questioning their beliefs and trying them on them. It's going to be comical if I can ever get there, for sure. So again, I am setting up, if Rex is in the chat, if he's not yet, hopefully he joins us. But at some point in time, I am going to set up that debate. I have been working on building a case for that debate. So I do want to get more debates going. I do have a debate that's talking about maybe next Saturday. We also have one that's talking about maybe coming up. So keep an eye out for debates. And if anybody wants to join a debate or a live panel, we do have panels on Thursday nights. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Women, why
you
are
believe
women
those ladies, but you don't believe the ones that say you're unattractive?
I believe their actions. If a girl wakes up at 6 o'clock in the morning to go look at some dude's trial who's a criminal, okay, that she doesn't even know, he doesn't even know that she exists, that tells you where women stand sexually with a lot of things. And again,
it's convenient what you believe. It's convenient. You believe those women.
Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez, Luigi Mangione.
You believe. Overwhelmingly, they tell us this. Overwhelmingly. By what they read, by what they look up when they look up. They tell us what they want. What they're attracted to. I don't get it. I don't understand it, but that seems to be the norm.
You don't believe the women aren't attracted to you. Why do you believe them but not that?
I'm telling you that they're not going to be honest with you and tell you that they're attracted to you or
they're
not.
honest about
That's
Ted
not really
Bundy.
relevant.
But they're honest about Ted Bundy, but they're not honest about you.
Yeah, Leia, that was a wild day. That I don't think it was the mushroom worshiper. I think it was the false potato god. I think is what it boiled down to. Why that one happened, but yeah, if you're not part of the Discord, join the Discord. We have some lore to share. Holy cow! Martae, I have a debate coming up at ASU. When I asked them if I can set up a booth like Myron, they shot me down. They'll let me do it in real life debate. There's no ask random people questions. Crazy. That's weird. That disappoints me because I wanted to do that when I get to the point where I can afford to start traveling and go to where I'm not just like a little podunk town that doesn't even have a freaking university or anything like that, to where I can go to a university and afford to go. I would like to start doing this kind of stuff and start asking people why they think the way that they think. Again, I'm just a potato in a very small town trying to understand the world, and the more I get online, the less I understand because it's very selected what they show you, right? I have a lot of respect for Myron, for Andrew. They try not to cut the context out. This is a fairly straightforward, uncensored America. I don't think it's been edited very much. 3.5 hours long of just people talking, right? So we need to be doing more of that. We need to be talking more often. Voshmit, yeah, when you look at the entertainment that women watch versus what they say they want, they're nasty and will rarely admit it. Again, no shame. Well, shame. Stop reading like Morning Glory, that kind of crap. Please, ladies, please. For your own sake, as well as ours. Men, stop watching DP. It's not good for anybody, right? But anyway, long story short, yeah, interesting. Yeah, Leia, the false god. Yeah, that was so wild. System crash. I'm also a simple potato from a small as town. Fair enough. Good to have you. I hope to keep you around. And if you're part of Discord, the Discord should be in the description below. Please join the Discord. We'd love to have another small town to get your voice heard and known if you'd like. Martae says, I'd asked for permission. They said, we'll let others. They said, we'll let others, just not your views. What about you? Why is your views? Oh, it's very liberal. Oh. Sorry. Man, if you had the conversation on tape, that would be a shame for somebody to release. That wasn't you, so you wouldn't face any potential legal consequences. I think I missed something there. You just gonna join? Awesome. Let's see. I probably should shut up after this. My ex was all about the book TikTok thing. Morning Glory is small potatoes. That shit gets downright disturbing. Holy crap. I don't even want to know. Morning Glory was way over the top for me. If that's even the tip of the iceberg, no, thank you.
Yeah, they're not going to go on camera and tell some random guy who's like, do you find Myron Gaines attractive? Who's a very, radically right-wing guy who's very controversial, whatever. Do you find him attractive? Of course he's going to tell your dumb monkey ass no.
Supposedly have
Of course he's
everything.
going to tell you no,
You
bro.
supposedly have everything these women want.
I mean, look at him. Look at that long. No, I'm just kidding. Myron's a decent guy. And like Stacy says, there's a lot of women out there that like this guy. Why? I'm a guy. I'm not going to be able to tell you that, but he's got charisma. If nothing else, he has a very large platform. He's well known. He's going to have no lack of that, I'm sure.
Right? Conservative faggot. Of course he's going to tell you no. Like, what the fuck?
You've had
like,
one.
Dude, I do Roman
girlfriend
salutes.
as a
I call out
mid-30s.
Jews. I call people kikes and
Yeah,
nicks.
you've had
of course
one
he's going to
girlfriend
say,
as an old
of course he's going to
40-year-old
say
man.
no.
Okay. Yeah.
Of course he's going to say no.
You believe
It's
what you
not
want to
politically
believe. You
correct
believe what
to
you
be
want to
attracted
believe
guys
and
like
ignore
me.
everything else. I got it.
Okay,
Yeah.
buddy. Anyway, back to what I was saying.
Ignorance.
Okay, back to what I was saying. Whether you think I'm attractive or the weird women that you ask or think I'm attractive is
Weird
irrelevant. The
women.
point I'm trying to make is that I've been with a lot of
Why don't you ask
women.
the women here.
Hey, Glacier Maniac. Welcome to the channel. I think this is the first time I'm seeing you here. Appreciate the engagement. Dear Lord, not the monster romance. Yeah, we won't be talking about any more of that. That one was one of my other videos, but good to see you. Hope to keep you around. Hey, don't call it art. Good to see you. Myron looked more masculine before the hair implants. Myron had his hair implants? Fair enough. Are you
going to let me finish what I'm saying? Because you're the one that's making the claim that I don't know anything about females, whatever.
You don't.
Okay, sure. We just built a very successful podcast, saving guys from killing themselves, whatever.
By controversy, by getting
No,
this guy to
you
like
know what? Because for telling the truth. And the truth is what I said before.
Controversy. Rage bait is popular. It's not because you're telling the truth. It's because people love rage bait, and that's what you do. You're the king of rage bait, and people love that shit.
I just proved you wrong a second ago.
I love that shit.
That women like bad boys, women like hypersophilics,
Why
women like guys that are murderers.
Why don't they like you?
How do you know they don't?
Because I know they don't.
Okay.
Prove that they do. Prove that women like you.
Again,
prove that women like you.
Prove that women like you. What's he gonna do? Hey, you. Do you like me?
I'm so fucking woman.
Angie said she's happier without you. The only girlfriend you've had says she's happy without you. So that's the proof I need. You've had one girlfriend. She says she's better without you. So that's enough proof for me.
So when I say.
So a little bit on this guy is he started approximately the same time I did with loading videos, and he has 100,000 followers. So I can understand why he has a big head, but if it gets any bigger, he's not going to be able to get through the door that he's trying to get through to get to these debates. Oh man, this guy needs to calm down. 100,000 followers is still not very many.
When it comes to girlfriend, right? That was the only girl that I provided for, took care of, etc. All the other girls that I've been with, I've had plenty of relationships. I've had 3 or 4 girlfriends at a time, had a bunch of women. So, but the only girl that I decided, you know what? I'm going to take this to the next level, provide for everything else like that, because I have a vetting phase, right?
The only girl you put on camera.
Are you going to let me talk or not? Because you're the one
seriously, Kyle.
If you're going to keep saying stupid shit, then yeah, I'm going to interrupt you.
No, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So I'm explaining to you what it is.
It's such a beta move to try to interrupt your opponent. If you can't get your point across with how you say it, what you say, when it's your turn, you're not a very good debater. We'll see how well I do with my first debate whenever that ends up coming around, but we'll see. Yeah. JB, good to see you. Appreciate the engagement, man, as always. Really appreciate you, buddy. Yeah. All right.
You're over here making these claims that are completely wrong.
Sure.
This is why you don't have an audience. Nobody watches you. That's
I have
why nobody knows
100,000
who the fuck you
followers
are.
in less than
That's
a year.
why you've been following me.
I have 100,000
That's why you've been
followers in
following me
less than
around
a year.
everywhere.
I live here. I'm not following you anywhere.
Oh, I didn't just see you in fucking Arizona before?
Yeah.
You didn't follow me there? You fucking
Unfuck America
weirdo?
tour.
Like,
I
get the
went
fuck
with
out of here.
Unfuck America. What were you doing there?
This guy's
I went with
literally
the
following me
Unfuck
everywhere.
America tour.
I don't follow you. What are you doing in Arizona? Well, I was there.
Did I know you were going to be there? I went to the Unfuck America tour, dumbass. I didn't know.
Why would you follow him around? I went around to the America tour because I was just following him around. I don't think he was part of it. And if he was, I have less respect for him.
You were going to be there?
You definitely did.
No, I didn't.
You definitely
said
did.
you weren't going to be
You
there.
definitely
So
did.
why I think you were
Because you
going
worked
to
with
be
a fat Jew. You did know. You worked
you
with
know
a
who
fat
I am.
Jew.
I don't have an audience yet. You know who
No,
I
I don't
am.
even know who
It's
your name
fair,
is, bro.
right?
I really don't know. I just know that you're a
Stop
couple other
lying. You know
guy
who I
that's
am.
married that got demolished by
I have
Angela Wilson.
100,000 followers in less than a year.
Congratulations.
You know who I am. Yeah,
Congratulations.
you know who I am.
100,000.
Exactly.
That's still insignificant. Nobody knows who the fuck you are, cares.
You do.
But the point I'm trying to make is, yeah, because I knew right away as soon as you were recording, I was like, oh, this guy, this fucking weirdo guy.
Yeah,
of course.
this weirdo.
Waiting the whole time. But again, I proved you wrong. Women
did
like
not
bad
prove me
boys.
wrong.
You can sit there and say, I don't think you get girls. Okay, bro, that's demonstrably false, but that's
Everybody
fine.
knows you
I'm not
don't
going to
get
sit
girls.
here and tell you I've had sex with this many girls. That's irrelevant. The point I'm trying to make is I've talked to a bunch of women, almost 4,000. I've been with a lot of women. I am
Yeah, if you can't let them speak, if you have to try to talk over them so that they can't get their piece in, if you're getting this heated, you've already lost the debate. JB, dang, these guys talk faster than my redneck mind can comprehend. Sorry, I have a little bit faster than it should be. Probably, I'll turn it down a little bit. I want to try to get through a bunch of information today. I have a lot more information than I I always have too much information I want to cover, but anyway, good to see you, JB. I appreciate you.
very selective on the girls that I date and take seriously and or put in any type of long-term relationship where I might pay for anything. So just the fact that you saw one of them, which was Angie, was the only girl that I actually like paid for and took care of, that was only one. But I've been with hundreds of girls before that. So I am very selective on which girls I take seriously. I have a very strict vetting phase. I teach guys how to do that. You might not like that. You don't understand that. But you're playing by a whole other... You don't understand how modern women move nowadays. And that's the issue. You're a married guy. You're out the fucking game. You don't know what you're talking about. Quite frankly, there's a reason why nobody watches you. So get the fuck off the mic. Nobody cares, faggot.
Okay. All right.
We're going to go to...
Get off the mic. And the slur at the end there, I'm not sure how he got this loaded up onto YouTube, but anyway, like I said, this whole debate, this whole thing is awesome. I'm still trying to get through it. So I'll probably be covering it later on. The Tater is always very optimistic about how much he can cover in one show. Indeed. I need to start just getting live more often. I love seeing you guys. This is my favorite part of the day, favorite part of the week. You headed out, Dave. Appreciate the engagement. Have a good day. Let's see. Right, Jamie. All right. So, if you have not seen this debate between Martae and AVG, the female average debater, it was a good debate. I will never say that a debate, well, no. The debates that happen in this circle are good because they happen in this circle, right? This was an interesting debate. I wouldn't say it's a bad debate, but there are bad debates out there for sure. We'll get into it and then I'll kind of talk about it and I'll kind of give my 2 cents about exactly how it should have gone when we get done.
We're going to do 10-minute openers, 1 hour back and
if you haven't checked out Tyler TV, Martae Ruelas, host of On the Edge, AVG average female debater, even Mr. B, they all have their own own shows and they all deserve some good press. Now I was saying that the idiot was speaking. Oh, God, David. My bad. Later, dude. Yeah, get that guy off the mic. I'm a potato. I lose track of the chat a lot. Sorry. Anyway, we'll get into this. So I want to start with the intros. We'll probably jump through this because it's an hour and 45 minutes long. So this one is on AVG's channel. If you do want to see the after panel, which gets crazy, more crazy than I care to cover, you can see it on Mr. B or Tyler's channels. They are both they both have them up online. This one is only an hour and 45 minutes on AVG's channel though.
Fourth, and we'll do an extra half hour after that if there's still
And
some
if it's
fire
too
in
quiet, I hope not.
All right, and with that, we'll give it over to Martae for the affirmative for his opening statement. You ready?
Yeah, there's a video, but I'm not going to play it right now. I'll tell you guys when to cue it. So this is my opening statement. The blind pill is Martae Ruelas' invention. It was invented in 2025, July 15th, and I brought it to the world on the stage. Martae Ruelas' sharp rhetorical debate tool. So that's what it is. It's a tool. It's not a worldview. It's not a data packet, as I've heard last night her say, because it doesn't involve statistics, number, data points, or any of that stuff. The provocative thought experiment of deliberately choosing to date or pursue a blind woman or someone with a visual disability as a superior, high virtue alternative to modern feminist influence dating. So it's not a worldview and it's not a prescription. It doesn't include any of this. It's like the Muslim dilemma. It's like tag for Christian debates. So she's literally debating a tool that I use against feminists to destroy them. It forces, so what it is it's a dilemma. It's a hypothetical. It forces the opponent into a dilemma that exposes the shallowness, entitlement, contradictions in a contemporary feminist approach to dating and relationships by framing the choice as, I'd rather date a blind woman who generally needs me than a one-sided, one shaped by delusion, high body count, makeup description, and hypergamous want me settlement. It highlights how feminism has allegedly made women less marriageable through independence and rhetoric, while punishing men for seeking traditional complementary.
And so that's just it, JB, is everybody's so fixated on pills, the red pill, the blue pill, the pink pill, the white pill, the Christ pill. We need to stop trying to call it a pill if it's not going to be a prescription. Like AVG says in this debate, what is a pill? What is a pill when you get it from someone? Hey, Cleaner 409, good to see you. That's what AI said. Fair enough. Fair enough. Good to see you. Appreciate the engagement. Guys.
When AVG fights this.
And I also turned up I tried to give it a little bit of gain on their side so that it would turn it up a little bit. If the mic is peaking out or anything like that, please let me know so that I can turn it back down or something like that. I appreciate that. Don't call it art. Yeah, I appreciate that. Blind pill is a suppository. That's funny. Ew. Yeah, no, I get it. I do get it, Martae. Like I said, I'll explain how I feel about it when we get done. And it's not as bad as everybody else has been treating you, I promise.
She's literally putting herself in a feminist position. And there's no way around this. This is literally a trap. This is how to use it in a debate. You create the bind. You ask your opponent why this choice is bad for the feminist or ableist. They must either condemn a virtuous sacrificial act, either building patience, depth, or real provision, or admit that superficial preferences rule modern dating, revealing feminist failure to produce better partners. I've asked Mo Rebuttal, other premier, and some of the best debaters in the world that I know, how to get out of this trap. They can't do this because if you reject the blind pill, you're basically saying that men don't have preferences. But if you accept it, then you're basically saying that modern dating has got so bad and right for feminism that men would rather choose a more virtuous choice. There's no way that AVG can back out of this feminist position. That's why I tried to avoid this debate as long as possible, because it's literally created by me. I dedicate this debate to my mom because she's the one that gave me this idea growing up in a deaf and blind household.
So yeah, don't call it art. That's kind of spoiler alert. It's kind of how I feel about it, is where it's a rhetoric tool. Don't ever debate that rhetoric tool. Don't ever try to debate a tool or a trap. Martae, this is where you went wrong. Is you should have labeled this prompt differently. Rather than debating whether the red pill is good for men, right? The net positive for men, it should have been using the blind theory. And you shouldn't even state a disability. It should be, spoiler alert, it should be a preferences biased theory, is basically what you're trying to get across here. Is because you're trying to trap them in a preferences biased. That's what you're trying to do. You're not trying to trap them into the idea of being blind, because there can be a lot of, I have never met a blind woman in my life, my friend. To say to open up your dating pool is not the right terminology. And I realize that in the after panel, you do label it as it is, but you can't debate the tool itself. Thank you, Don't Call It Art. Appreciate the engagement. Let's see. Logic trap, yes, but thought train, yes, but trap maybe, pill no. That's where it boils down to it. It shouldn't be labeled as a pill, so it's not thought of as a prescription. And again, the labeling it of a disability is where people get trapped, fixated, not trapped, because it's not a good trap. It's a fixated to where they can't let go of the fact that you're associating it with a particular disability, and it's a disability nonetheless. So it should be a biased against preferences. So we need to try to figure out how to work it that way.
So it's not a prescription. It's not data driven like red pill. It aggravates stats and divorce and hypergamy. Encourage the blind pill is pure rhetoric. It's a paradox generator designed solely to combat feminist influence. It's a debate tool on dating by creating unanswerable dilemmas that create costs in both sexes. Last night I watched AVG on a panel. Literally, they were defending feminist talk.
I'm sorry, Voshman. I hope we can get through this. Like I said, spoiler alert. So I don't know if we'll go through the debate again. Maybe we'll jump to the after panel if we want to. Maybe I'll start a poll and see if you guys wanted to go to the after panel or something like that rather than this. Because I'm sure a lot of you in the chat have seen this debate. And if you haven't, go check it out. But like I said, I do want to listen to his opener to understand the rhetoric that it is supposed to be, right? Again, like I said, I do understand where you're coming from, Martae, and I understand that it can be used as a tool in a debate. But to debate the tool, it should have been worded differently in the prompt.
Points in defending why men shouldn't have preferences. The tool is working exactly as prescribed. So in short, the blind pill is a debate nuke. Concise, morally loaded, and engineered to make feminist defenses collapse under their own contradictions, proving modern dating's dysfunction without needing charts, data, and you use it to shift in defense and offense. And I actually have a video that instructs you on how to use this debate tool. You can play the video now.
So that's a good point, Heaven Maxed. It's the same as saying a disability pill, in my opinion. A vegetable in a coma has virtue in comparison to an OF model. So does an amputee, someone in a wheelchair, etc., etc. So it comes across harsh. It comes across as predatory, like AVG in the debate constantly says, right? So. Don't Call It Art. I had to go to bed right when the after panel started, so I haven't seen that at least. Yeah, and so that's why, like, I'll go ahead and just start a poll, I think, and see if you guys want to listen to this over again or what we want to do.
All right.
Okay, so let's give the backstory. What is the blind?
One day I was thinking, and I said, well, these women are always attacking men for our preferences, right? Mm. What if you give them a rational reason for why? This goes along the lines of what you were espousing, right? With saying if we find the most measured response, we have to pick a side. Like they're going to force us socially by their end, or they're going to try to convince the world this. So what I did was I brought up this thought experiment called the blind pill. And I said, well, what if I open up a new dating market? And I was in spaces, I was, it was probably like 12 people, 10 people. And I brought this up and there's women in there. And I wanted these women to listen to this. I said, let's say that I open up this dating market, which I've never thought about till now. Blind women. Well, who's probably not going to be on OnlyFans sites? Blind women.
But again, Martae, by saying you're opening up your dating market, you keep saying, I'm opening up my dating market. If I open up my dating market, why weren't they open? So this question gets asked a decent amount of times in the after panel, and I don't recall ever hearing it answered. Why wasn't it open in the first place? Because unless you're biased against blind people, you should already have them open as a dating prospect already. And if you're not open to blind people, why are you not open to blind people? Because, like a lot of the panelists try to tell you, there's a lot to do with a blind person. They're not just independent or codependent, I should say. They're more independent. If you're meeting them later on in life, they've already lived their life through. They already know how to live life without someone there. So why are we having to open up in the first place? Yeah, the chat is going off the hook. Appreciate the engagement, guys.
Well, we're not going to get endorphin hits because we're getting likes. They can't even see the fucking likes. So then if you think about this, it's like, you know, you're running out of the house with your woman who's blind. She's not going to be like, oh, I got to wear this because I care about what the world thinks. She doesn't care about any of this stuff, right? She just, as long as she's got clothes, things like this. So you're talking about a subset of individuals that you would think would be least material and not caught up in propagandized culture that a lot of women do nowadays. So when you think about this, are all blind women ugly? No, there's some beautiful ones. I went on this, I forgot what site it was, but I went at Curiosity, right? Beautiful women, really beautiful women. And when they look at men, they want to be as close to functioning in the real world as possible.
Hey, Tara, good to see you. I appreciate the engagement, man. It's been a little bit since I've seen you, so appreciate you. Hope you're doing all right.
Possible. Like everybody else, they want to be a part of society. Well, as soon as I brought this up, because they were like, well, you're not the tallest person in the world, she's going to be the least caring about the height. Yeah. So if you think about this, I'm getting demonized now by these women because now it has to be a heinous reason why I'm looking for these women.
So again, to label it as a blind, anything. For it to be blind, you're labeling it specific to a subsection of people. It's not just preferences at this point in time. You're directly targeting someone by saying blind. If you use it as a debate tool and say, what if I have a preference to someone more virtuous or someone with a disability because they may be more virtuous? That's different than saying a specific subsection of people. That's why everybody keeps getting hung up on the predatory aspect of it. So again, it's the biased preferences. I'm sorry, the preferences biasness that they have that you're trying to catch them in a trap with. Because we all know that they have a problem with the the preferences that men have, and you're trying to point that out. And I get that. I see that. But this is not the right way to go about it. And that we, as your friends, are trying to help you understand that if you continue down this path, you could potentially get some serious allegations pushed towards you. And that's what we're trying to help you understand, that we're trying to avoid, right? So it's the preferences. I appreciate that 409. Right. So we have to understand that if you label it as something individually, it's getting to that point. But looking at the poll, looks like we have 13 votes. We have 27 people watching. So if you haven't voted, please go vote. I'll let it get to like 15 or 16 votes and see what we have here. But it looks like we're going to the after panel here before after the intros. But we'll see what we get to here. All blind. All women are blind because they can't see the men around them as they are. They want needs and how they see and move through the world. It's fair. In the stream that caused this debate, it was put forth as an actual idea and not a tool. Can anyone trust what you say moving forward is what you think, or some trap to get us to do what you want? It's a good question, Bandit. It's a good question. Wi-Fi. Well, in a debate, if the debate were to be set up to the point where you could use it in that style, but again, it would be a preferences bias. It's not the fact that they're blind. It's the fact that that's your preference. If I have a preference toward virtuous people, if I have a preference toward blind people, again, in the 40 years of life that I've been in, I have not come across a single blind woman that I can remember. Whether she was attractive or not, I don't know. Maybe I did. Maybe she wasn't attractive enough for me to remember. I don't know. But long story short, it's not something that I was like, oh, I can't date a blind chick. So I dated a woman for a few years. I can't remember exactly how long it was, but she'd had 6 back surgeries before we'd met. Beautiful woman, wonderful woman, meek, submissive, polite, kind, everything I could possibly want. And I just wasn't able to be happy at the time. And she ended up leaving me for whatever reason. But it wasn't the fact that her back was broken that I was with her. It was all of the other aspects. And the back being broken was not part of that. It was just with that. So again, like AVG in the debate talks about, if the woman is blind and you fall in love with her and you love her because of the qualities of her, in spite of her being blind, there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nobody that should have any problem with that. And if the feminists have a problem with that, then yes, you have a trap on your hands. But again, I wasn't dating this woman because I had to wait on her hand and foot. Because it was essentially the same concept, right? She's not going to be on OnlyFans or OF. She's not going to be out stripping. She's not going to be out the bar. Same concept, Martae. But I wasn't dating her because of her back was broken. I was dating her because she was a good woman. So you got to understand where your tool works and where it doesn't. And again, the fact that you debated this tool was where you went wrong. You should have been very, very conscious about the debate prompt, which is why I haven't gotten into a debate myself and why I'm trying to be very conscious about my debate prompts when and if I do have them.
So now I'm being demonized for my preferences. I can't have boundaries. And then also, how is it not more virtuous for me to seek these women out, or not seek them out specifically, for me to open up my dating pool to these people? Because not to mention that, but also this is a part of like me being added onto whatever suffering they have too. Mm-hmm. Not only is it virtuous too, they can say, well, hold on. They pushed back and they said, well, these women could cheat on you too, and they could lie to you and stab you.
But in essence, by calling it a pill, it is essentially a prescription, which is an ought statement. That's why we keep going back to the fact that it needs to be reworded, or at least reconceptualized. Because again, if you call it a pill, everybody is going to assume that it's going to be a prescription. Everybody.
In the back, just like, but hold on. These women are already ostracized enough from the world. They're not incentivized to push people away who can be their caretakers, people like this. They would look at you as the person that slays the dragon, saves the queen from the castle. They're not incentivized to do this.
No, but that's just it. Is you at Martae? I like you, buddy. I do. Like there's a lot of people on the after panel that talk about this. We're trying to help you here. The prompt was the tool. It's not my fault. She never knew what this tool was. She was ignorant of my position. No, you were debating the tool. You weren't debating the position of the tool. That's why I'm saying your prompt was wrong, my friend. If you had labeled it as the blind pill is just I'm sorry, but it's a stupid title, brother. The blind theory, the preferences biased theory, whatever you want to call it, the prompt should have been the preferences biased theory is good for men in debates. That could have been a winning prompt, brother. That could have been. Could have been. But it still would have been rough to try to defend it because of the simple fact that it's a tool and you're debating the tool itself. And let's face it, AVG's got some decent rhetoric behind her. It is what it is.
And they try to spin this on me and say, well, hold on, you could be the scoundrel, cheater person. Well, if we think about...
I understand you didn't make the prompt, but you could have fought back against the prompt or denied the prompt. That's what I'm saying, Martae. To save your butt in the future, because it's already done, right? I am trying to be on your side here, but it's done. You lost the debate because everybody saw the rhetoric behind AVG and the fact that, like Bandit just said, you accepted the prompt. By accepting the debate, you accepted the prompt. It's like signing a contract with a bank. If you don't like the stipulations that the bank give you, you don't sign the contract, or you try to rebut that with a different contract. Doesn't usually work, but I have seen people in the past get away with better contracts. It's a tool just like abortion. Fair enough. Well, if you did, then why didn't you just say, no, I'm not going to do it unless we change the prompt? Birds aren't even real. Good to see you. What's up, Chad nerds? Good to see you. Good to see you. A tool inventing Anyway. All right. So you guys have seen this. So it looks like overwhelmingly we want to go to the after panel, according to the 16 votes. And we have more than enough to call it majority there. So we'll get to the after panel here in just a second. Let me find that here. Let's see. I know I had it in my... Now it's in this description, but I don't think I want to go there. So let me... Mr. B, where are you? Give you another. So again, if you guys don't know, Mr. B has his own channel that has the after panel on it.
Side of an enemy bunker.
And again, Martae, I care about you, buddy. But when you get done with your intro and you come back on screen, wiping your eye,
His channel in 2025.
You should have known better than that. We all saw it. We all saw the attempt at the emotional plea. So be careful with that. Because as soon as you see an emotional plea, a lot of people will immediately tune out. So just be aware of that. All right, let's see. Don't want to jump too far into the after panel, but don't want to get just started. All right.
Coming from this guy.
Anyway, Martae, don't talk to me about degeneracy.
Oh, this guy. We can jump past when he gets kicked off here. Good job for that, Tyler. If you ever see this, buddy, definitely needed to get rid of that guy as fast as he did, if not faster. 90% of the after panel was personal attacks. Yeah, so that's part of the reason why I did want to kind of come to your defense on this, Martae, a little bit, because I do see where you're coming from. I do see the idea of the rhetoric tool, but again, to debate the rhetoric tool is where you went wrong. But we've got to reword that rhetoric tool somehow, because to label it blind, it's not going to be good for you. I realized that Rollo, said that it was amazing according to you and things like that, but we've overwhelmingly everybody's been saying it's not the greatest, right? Who just voted on the debate? They're like, oh, I gotta hit this real fast before he goes to the after panel. I want to see this debate. want to see this debate. Barnes says, Martae, that voting thing you just said was pure cope. The majority of the people in chat were Tyler's people, which was a chat you've debated for and done with, well with multiple times. You just lost. And that's just it, is you're in a circle with everybody that watches your content and agrees with you majority of the time. If we majority agree with you and we don't agree with you here, that should indicate something to you, brother. Again, labeling it blind, just label it something different, because I don't think in the debate you're saying, what if I were to date a blind chick? I don't think you're saying that in the debate. So why label it as the blind pill other than you're just trying to make a name for yourself? We can't all be the next Albert Einstein, right? If you want to label it something that's actually going to work, label it something that's actually going to work for the tactic, not blind pill, because that's a prescription. Anyway, I'll shut up and we'll get into this after panel here a little bit.
Those women because they're blind or because they're virtuous?
It's not saying that they're choosing them because they're blind. It's choosing them because they're virtuous.
And because
so then the blindness is an extra step you don't need.
Yeah, listen, answer the question.
Is it because when you add this on, you're adding in disability so that way somebody can share in somebody else's pain? It leans towards virtue.
Yeah, they will be choosing the woman because they have a disability or because they're virtuous?
Towards a more virtuous choice in dating.
Right, and
when I frame it like this,
which one of the two is it? Are you choosing it because it has a disability or because it's virtuous?
Yeah, Martae, we are very sorry for your loss. We've all lost someone in our lives. I lost an older sister and her 2 kids. I understand what you're going through. But to say it in a debate, that's not something I'm going to pull. It's not like I'm going to pull that in the next debate that I'm not. Oh, and I lost a sister and 2 kids. That's not a way. That's not a debate tactic. And if it's being used as a debate tactic elsewhere that I'm not seeing, I'll call that shit out too. We've got to get back to the dialectical standard of debate, where we move the conversation forward. This is my theory. This is your theory. This theory works. And this debate, again, did not work. It's just the debate, right? The tool may work for how it is, but you got to label it something than blind. Because eventually when it starts to get out into the public, the overwhelmingly majority of people are not going to be impressed with the idea of being blind being the virtuous part. Let's see. I think he left. It's probably, who knows? But again, I am honestly trying to help him out with this one because it's a decent tool, but it's got to be relabeled as something else. If I'm not mistaken, what did I miss? He is one who mentioned it first. So how does me wanting to understand the tool comport to anything in his life, personal life, other than explaining the tool? Let's see. How does me wanting to understand the tool comport to anything in his personal life? I don't know. It's a good question. Good question. All right. He's gone. Martae is really stubborn. Wi-Fi, I don't understand. Like, the overwhelmingly, at least he stayed around as long as he did. I'll give him that. Because again, I'm really trying to help him out here. It is a decent tool when used properly, but if you say, "What if I date a blind chick?" and they call you predatory, that's not a dunk. You didn't just trap them in a trap. That's just labeling yourself as predatory. Because even based people like AVG constantly says, her dad said the same thing as everybody else did. It's not okay to go after a blind chick because she's blind. It would not have been okay for me to go after that girl because of her back being broken. because I knew that she wasn't going to be going out very often and that she was going to have to let me be her hero or superhero, whatever he calls it in that debate. That's not why I went out with her. So I don't see the difference. I really don't.
Virtue.
Virtue.
You're not
So
choosing.
how does feminism say that men shouldn't choose virtuous women?
Women do this all the time. They'll say, no, I don't see what you're seeing.
Yeah, Tara, it was a blowout. It was 27-5 votes in the end, 27 people in his circle. Again, Martae, just swallow your ego and understand that we are just trying to help you. That's all this is. Well, it's all I'm trying to do. I can't say that what's about the panel, because especially when we get into the real later panel. So this is a 7.5 hour vid show. So I'm not going to go through the whole after panel, especially after Trippy comes on. Trippy, I don't think I would even let Trippy on to one of my panels personally. It's hard to say that because I've said anybody can come onto my panels, but more than likely I wouldn't be able to handle somebody like Trippy on my panel. But Trippy comes on and starts talking smack, and so yeah, anyway. How do you know if the decent tool? Can you explain the tool? So yeah, so basically what it is when you're in a debate and the feminist starts to dog on you because of your preferences, right? So feminists hate men's preferences. We all understand that. So when they start to say, well, trying to think of an example of what a man wants as a preference. So like, for example, I want a woman that's blonde, blue-eyed. I don't really care about that anymore, but that used to be my preference, right? And they go, well, that's chauvinistic. That's Nazism or whatever. So then I say, well, what if I were to date a blind chick, right? So that would be kind of, and again, this is not my tool. I'm not trying to defend it to the point where I'm like dying on a hill or anything like that. But that's kind of the idea that I think that he's getting at there, right? Hopefully that helps, Cleaner. Hopefully that helps. I don't know. Hey, Emmett, good to see you. There you are. Good to see you. Cleaner, it's not a tool. Stop coping. He was asking me, Emmett. He doesn't think it's a tool. And I don't know if it's a tool. Anything is a tool when it's used right. But again, the blind pill is not a tool because the blind pill labels it as a prescription, and it can't be a prescription because that is predatory. As soon as it becomes a prescription, that's why I keep saying that it can't be labeled as a pill. That's when it gets predatory. Hey, Infected Mushroom, good to see you. It's been a while. Been a few streams. I don't think I've seen you, so appreciate it. That is gross representation of the blind pill. Fair. Again, this is not my tool. This is not my tool. I'm not trying to defend it. I'm just trying to help someone that I have a little bit of respect for. Not necessarily get demolished in debates going forward, right? And that's just it, Barn. Chastity is a better example of a preference than blindness. It's a question. It goes like this. It is okay for men to open the market to blind people because blind people are more virtuous. And the answer traps because they say, yes, the market is so effed. And then if no, then you deny the men's preference. Again, I understand where they're coming from. So that helps to explain it a little bit better than I did. I'm a potato. Give me a break. Yeah, when feminists dog on man for wanting a specific preference of woman, that is just an opinion unless stating a definition of preference a specific way. Then you can go off the definition to ask them. Yep. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get into this.
How does feminism say that men should not choose virtuous women?
Because everybody in this day and age is shamed for having traditional values by women. If you're a mom and you have kids, you're a slave. They do this all the time with their framing and their logic when they say this. So when men have choices and preferences, according to this tool that I use in rhetoric, it literally magnifies the fact that you're going to be demonized because you're either a predator, which you never assert in this, that's an axiom that's not included in the tool, or they're told why your motives or notions for doing this, which you never assert. Remember, it doesn't give prescriptions or ought claims.
But again, as a pill, and AVG points this out in the debate, it is labeling it as a prescription. So you give an ought claim by calling it a pill. You do, Martae. That's why everybody's been telling you, you got to change it up. Stacy, very much appreciate the feedback. Says close the borders in Mexico because of the worm. It's coming from down south like Peru, but we eat our own meat here and will not import. That's good. I'm glad to see that you have your own supply. So yeah, again, going back to the worm, the screw worm. If you don't know about it, please do some research on it. Make sure you understand what's going on so that you have some heads up. Can you restate the prompt for me again? So system crash, I believe the prompt was the red, or I'm sorry, I keep calling it the red pill. The blind pill. This is Martae's original prescription because it's a pill. The blind pill is beneficial, a net positive for men. That's the extent of the debate prompt that I know about. And if anybody in the chat can give me a better debate prompt, feel free, because I'm not sure. I just remember this one because this is on Mr. B's channel. It says blind pill is a net positive for men. So again, this is not labeling it as a debate tool of any sort. So that's a prescription. Exactly. System crashed. That's the problem that we're all having. You see it too. So overwhelmingly, yet again, we have another person calling it a prescription by the definition, right? So it's really hard to say that it's just a tool that he calls it. Anyway.
They will insert the ought claims in this. And that's why it's a brilliant tool to use against feminists.
No. The problem is the blindness is serving no function in your rhetoric. It's the virtue that's serving 100% of the function.
The blind pill,
it is.
Wait,
it is.
The blind pill
there is
could
an
be
actual ought claim.
It's a deficit. It just points to a deficit to where they have to rely. And I wanted to create a tool that people can use in debates to where there's a populace of women that are more probably less susceptible to like feminist traits and things like this. So if I thought about this, because I thought about this for a very long time, because I wanted to create something that was like the Islam dilemma for feminists to use. And that's where this is birthed.
Assumptions baked.
Be nice in the chat, guys. Remember, we can always set up a debate online too. Infected mushroom. Yeah. Everyone is missing the real tragedy here. Martae lost to a Canadian woman. No. A woman in general, right? Nah, AVG's not a woman. She's a woman. It's all right. And she definitely deserved to win this debate. Not gonna lie, Martae. You know what's having sand thrown in your eyes feels like? Want me to do it again? Or can you move to the afterthought, please? You guys are funny. Please be nice, guys. I'm not sure if I have anybody in the chat that's actually a mod tonight, so be nice or I'll have to start banning people.
In there, Martae. But I don't want to.
Then why don't you just say go for religious women? Because then they're more likely to have virtue.
You can't say that. The reason why you can't
we can
say
say
that
for blind people. Blindness is more
No.
sanctifying than actual turning to Christ or going to a church at least
Blind-
and having
it is
some religious
possible.
influence.
Yeah, it's funny because Kyle, I looked up blind pill because he says in the debate, he's like, you can Google this. It's under blind pill or the feminist dilemma. And I've searched for both and I can't find either. And the blind pill is just basically like, how do you blind yourself? I'm like, what is going on right now? Oh, shoot. So, yeah. Anyway.
It
No,
is
you're
possible,
asserting it.
Can a
Martae,
blind
it is
person be
possible for them
feminist?
to be hypergamous. So you are making an assumptions. It is
Can a
possible
blind
for
person be
them to be
hypergamous?
100% possible.
I'm not saying
they can have
that
a
it's
preference for
Can a
height.
blind person be
But no,
hypergamous?
I've never said it's not possible. I'm saying I'm making a threshold argument less likely, less prone.
Okay,
I've always
yeah.
stood
That
by
was
the
a
stance.
quick-
That's fair, Umstead. I don't blame you. Like you said, I understand where he's coming from, but the way that it was in this debate, it didn't shed any good light on him, on the prompt on the way of doing it, anything like that. Like Rex at some point says, you need to go back to the drawing board with this one.
Here, when you were debating, you were being more absolute.
Tell me why is it blindness less likely to make a blind
But-
person a feminist?
I don't want to interrupt you, buddy. I just want to address AVG real quick.
Yes,
so
Sassy.
I'm willing
okay,
to
I
go.
enjoy
I'm
your
willing
sass,
to go.
but I really want to know why the fuck
all right,
is
go
it
ahead.
that a blind person cannot be a feminist? And why is it less
I
likely
never
that a
said
blind
that.
person is not a feminist?
I never said a woman couldn't be a
Birds aren't even real. Yeah, right. You'll have to ban yourselves. Yeah, just start banning yourselves. Jeez.
feminist.
Just
dude.
You're always confused.
You're
brother.
using
I'll
this
say
against
before,
feminists. Are you telling me that
confused
you're
all the
using this
time.
tool against feminists and the
AVG,
blind
I'm
people
willing
can
to
also be
say-
I
feminists?
never made that statement. I never said that a blind person
that-
couldn't do this. That's an absolute
I'm
statement.
not
that I never
asking
made.
you. I'm not telling you you did. I'm asking you a question. Why?
Dude,
Tell me
this
what is the difference? Is there a thing in their eyes that makes them less likely to be feminist because they're blind?
Getting that virtue going up, skyrocketing that virtue. Now I'm more virtuous. I can't see nothing, guys.
So when you say less likely, if you think about this, if a person is less likely focused on their looks, that removes more materialism. So it's a threshold argument. When you do this, they're less susceptible to see propagandization, which means that the propagandization is minimized.
Hey, Werewolf. Combat, good to see you. I don't know if I've seen you in my chat before, so welcome to the channel. Hope to keep you around. I don't think a debate tool is a good topic for a debate. Very well put, Werewolf. Thank you very much for that engagement.
How is that
I don't
not
think so.
coherency?
Because
How-
it's way more likely that they accept the fact that they have been marginalized by the fact that they are blind.
So my mother could have been propagandized more, even though I grew up in this community and never saw that. That's where I got this idea from.
Yeah, Emmett, can you just select a better accent? Come on, what's wrong with you? What the heck, infected mushroom? That's funny. Yeah, taking a prompt describing blind pill and then arguing that it's not a prescription but a debate tool is incoherent in nature. Seriously. Oh, that's funny. Tyler's gonna be a grandpa. Did I miss something, Wi-Fi? Let's debate tools and debate about the debate after the debate. That's how the internet goes.
Yes, because you talk to people.
No, she uses. Do you know what a
They don't talk to
TTY is?
people?
Do you know what a TTY is?
What's TTY? I don't know.
A TT
I don't know exactly what do you mean. They might be terms.
It's a
terms
limiting-
to YouTube.
So blind people and people that are hearing have limiters, and whenever you have limiters, meaning like accessibility to fill the full, I would say the brunt of feminism, there's going to be mitigation that happens.
Right on.
Meanwhile, a TTY
Congratulations
is
to
something
him.
that women type on. An operator says something, and then my mom sees the typing because they have to translate this. Feminism has a hard time going through this. The reason why is because it's going the long route. If you see every kiss begins with K, it's instant. You got the visual, you got the
That's cool. Yeah, and again, if you guys don't know, Tyler TV has his own channel. Definitely go check that out at some point in time. He does debates on Fridays, I think. I'm still trying to do that. I haven't had a chance to really watch much of his content. Been really busy lately, overwhelmed with work. But he's been trying to set up debates on Fridays. Like I'm trying to set up debates here and stuff like that too. But he does debates on his channel. So yeah, give him some love. But that's cool. Congratulations to him for sure.
You got
Kids are always awesome.
the audio, you have everything else. You have more sensory onto propagandization. When it's minimized and it's through a funnel, there's more of a filter.
Can blind people
What's that?
listen to music? Can blind people listen to music?
Yeah, Leia, that's just it. It's funny. Do you know what a TTY is? Like, there's so many things that go by TTY. Are you kidding me right now? Oh, it's for blind women. It's like, no, bro, it's for blind people. Why you got to be exclusionary just because you had a blind mom or deaf mom, bro? Some baby is about to have Tyler TV as a granddad. Fair enough. Blind pill seems too complicated when you could just argue the merit of passport bros. That's fair too. But again, it's the preferences biased, right? Because feminists, not women, sorry, ladies in my chat. Thank you very much for being here. But no, the women's out there, the feminists that have a problem with preferences, right? This is also done because the majority of modern propaganda is on platforms like this, which is primarily auditory. That's a fair point.
My mom was deaf and she listened to stuff for the vibration. So, I mean.
No, not.
So
Yeah,
blind
well,
people cannot
I'm
listen
willing
to music.
to say that it's AVG that men can seek out women with disabilities, and it's perfectly fine. So what do you have to say? What do you have to say with that, AVG? Yes, it does. That
No,
was.
it doesn't.
But
It has nothing to do with this. Nobody cares if you want to date a blind person. That is not the point.
No,
that's the point.
point
You
is
have
the
a problem
argument.
with it.
No,
Yes,
it isn't.
AVG
right.
said
Nobody
they shouldn't
cares.
be targeted.
Feminists don't
No,
care.
Uncle Tom is
Let me
right.
tell you this.
Okay,
if
so
I go to a feminist
if
and I
I-
ask a
Bro,
feminist, do you care if I
calm
date a blind
down,
person? They're going to be like,
Yo,
no,
Emmett.
we don't care.
Emmett, real quick. So if I may,
You
because
can
I
concede on it. Thank you.
so one
No,
second.
I
So
don't
I think
concede because it has nothing to do with one another.
No, you
haven't
said you
answered my
accepted the
question.
premise.
Can
That's what this
can
is
a
built to
blind
do.
person
Thank you.
listen?
I
Can a blind
appreciate it.
person listen to music? Answer that question. Can a blind person listen to music?
I'm not going to yell over anybody, but I would love to. I would love to
Can a
present.
blind person listen to music,
What is this
Martae?
guy talking about?
All right, so real quick, if I may,
I-
tonight, Tyler, I watched
You
this
concede.
entire debate with my wife, right? And I literally asked my wife, I said, do you care that I have my shoes from Aldi's and Walmart and I don't buy designer clothes? I'm not 6 feet. I don't make six figures. And the other part is private. She said, no. So my question is, if a woman can have these morals, these principles and virtues and not have a visual impairment, how is AVG wrong by just asserting that the variable of blind?
Thanks, Leia. I'm a potato. Give me a break. But yes, deaf people. TTY is not for the blind. That's Braille. My bad. His mom was deaf, not blind. Hey, Rex. There he is. Good to see you. Good to see you. If you don't know, Rex has his own show. Like I said in the beginning of the show, I will be trying to set up the debate with you, Rex. Just touching base again. I'm letting you know that I am still on for that. Just building my case. I know you're going to wreck me, but wanted to point that out. Werewolf, appreciate the engagement. Red pill, Christ pill, black pill, MMA pill. Last thing this world needs is more pills. Seriously. Just call it a theory. Just call it a concept. Get away from the pill. Get away from the prescription because we have enough pills. And the biggest thing is the red pill. The red pill is just originating from the Matrix, bringing you to the truth, bringing you out of the haziness that they've created with all the false narratives. So the red pill is just the truth. And then the documentary, The Red Pill, goes into the men's issues that we're having with feminism. But the red pill is just truth. It's bringing the truth forward. Stop acting like it's anything different than that. Stacy, she was deaf and blind. Oh, fair enough. See, I don't know. Blindies are blind baddies. That's funny. Common sense pill. Yeah. Seriously, we need to start prescribing that for sure. All these pills hurt my liver. Yeah, don't call it art. Seriously, that's how I'm feeling right now. Don't forget the clown pill. That's funny. Holy shit. How many pills is that? 25 now? What are we taking these daily? What's going on?
Kindness does not just remove all temptation, because that in and of itself would be a contradiction. As a Christian, I know my days will get dark, but
yeah,
armor of God.
He said he corrected it to say it's probabilities. It's
it's probability. It's not what you're offering is an absolute. I've never offered an absolute.
Right, but you're using the Islamic dilemma. But you're using the Islamic dilemma, for example.
Yeah.
The dilemma says that Muslims, if they agree with Islam, they must concede to Christianity. But because they can...
Oh, Bard. Yeah, don't go all killing Hitler. See, I went even backwards on that. I'm a potato.
See, with Christianity, Islam is false. So they're in a paradox that they cannot unravel. You're
Just
explaining...
Like the blind pill. Yeah,
but what God
thing.
Logic does is that he explains it, and he doesn't put his chat in that same trap to where everyone's confused. Look, I'm confused genuinely, but metaphorically, if a woman is blind to, materialism, blind to IG, twerk culture, that's a W. I'm blessed to know that my wife and I don't go clubbing. We make money. We hustle.
Amen, yeah.
Right? So, but she can see, Martae. She has 20/20 vision.
And that's fine. So what my paradox was,
Is
it's
it?
fine.
Yeah. If you're not going to be basically saying you should be going toward this particular subsection of people, you shouldn't label it as such of subsection of people. You should label it as preferences biased. I really can't think of any other way to label it as but other than preferences biased theory, because the feminists have a preferences bias. They want their preferences while reducing men's preferences. I don't understand any better way of describing this quote unquote tactic, tool, whatever you want to call it. It can be utilized in a debate because of the simple fact that they don't allow us to have preferences, but it's not the particular type of preference.
Never offered a should or ought claim with this. And the problem with this is that it's designed in a way to where I don't have ought claims, I don't have motive, and I also don't say words like target, like we're going to specifically target. The way that
So again, like I mentioned earlier, by labeling it blind, amputee, quadriplegic, whatever you want to call it, broken back pill, like I didn't date this woman because of her broken back. But that's basically what the same concept is. You label it as something specific and you're targeting that. I don't say I'm going deer hunting when I go rabbit hunting. I say I'm going hunting when I don't know what I'm going for. You're dating. You're not blind dating. And if you're blind dating, then it's predatory because they are going to have to depend upon you. Where I do agree with, they're very independent for themselves. Blind people get by very well because their other senses go up. But they're still going to heavily depend upon you. So if you're specifically going after that, it's predatory.
frame this is I'm saying I'm opening up my dating market, or if I use words like if, and I carefully use my framing in this rhetorician tool that I use.
Wait, what? Brokeback Mountain pill? What are you talking about? Oh, the Brokeback. Yeah, no, it's Stacey. I'm not talking about you. And for the record, yeah. Thank you for pointing that out, Stacey. I'm not talking about Stacey. She did break her back as well. How many times did you have surgery? I'm curious. But the girl that I'm talking about is not Stacey, though. And not that Brokeback Mountain. What the fuck? Anyway. Blind dating the blind? Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, I guess you really can't do that, right? I mean, the men do, seeing men do have to go for the blind women so that they have somebody to take care of them. But again, if I were to meet, organically meet a nice blind woman, pretty, obviously, I'm not going to turn her down because she's blind. But I'm not going to directly go after her because she's blind and she has virtues and all this and that and the other. There are many women out there that are not on OF and have plenty of virtues, that have all of their cognitive functions intact, and they're going to take offense to you directly calling it a blind prescription to tell men to go after blind women because they're more virtuous than other women. That's basically what you're saying here, Martae. No way around it. You keep telling them. You keep saying it. They're more virtuous. They're more virtuous. Yeah, it gives them a whole new meaning to going on a blind date. That's for sure. Yeah, I understand I'm not necessarily doing any favors. It's going to weigh in or out on its own. This particular, that's why I say he needs to relabel it, because if you were to label it as a preferences biased, it might be accepted a little easier. But nobody in their right mind is going to utilize this tool other than Martae. And so where I'm not necessarily trying to like defend it, I'm trying to help him understand where he needs to change it. Yeah, anyway, he'll be like their Superman. Yeah, exactly. System crash. He says that multiple times. Stacey had 2 surgery. Yeah, see, I'm not talking about her. She only had 2. I'm talking about someone had like 10 overall. So yeah, don't hold her accountable for what I'm saying. Anyway.
And when I've done this, Uncle Tom has seen me use this in debates, and I say, hey, if men do this, this happens. And what happens is because there's no emotion in this, there's no intention, and also there's no axioms that I add to this. Women will often add their axioms in here as an emotion. They'll either demonize men or tell men what they shouldn't.
I get it.
Okay,
I'm
so
willing to make an ought. I'm saying right now, I'm making ought, and I'm targeting.
But that's a troll. But
it's not
you're
a
trolling,
troll.
bro. That's
It's
not a thought
troll. What
provocation.
is the
All right,
problem
can
with that?
me and him
If
at least
I
finish
want-
our to and fro?
If I
I'm
only
after
want
giving him a
blonde
thought.
women,
Uncle Tom likes to be a main
how would
character.
you know? If I only want blonde women, how would you know? That's an immutable characteristic. How would you know?
I am interested in this. Uncle Tom, I want him to follow through with this. Uncle Tom, can you answer
Thank you.
Uncle Tom's question too?
Nobody
Because I'm
can argue
fascinated.
with it. How can you?
I'll be
argue with
honest.
it?
I ignored every word he said.
That's fine.
I ignored every word he said, Geoverse. I've seen him in Coolverse a couple times on the Discord. I've been thinking about trying to get him to join my Discord, but I haven't had a chance to. He's a pretty funny guy. He came in one day and he's like, roast me, and we did. Mr. B, if you're still in the chat, I haven't seen you in a bit, but Mr. B and I roasted him just as he asked, and we didn't see him for days after that. It was comical. But yeah, he's a decent, good-hearted guy. Infected Mushroom 2. This was my first encounter with Martae. Not a good impression. And that's why I'm trying to help him in rewording and just go back to the drawing board. If it doesn't work, just get rid of it. But I am trying to help him here. And yeah, give him a chance. Like Heaven Max says, give your boy a chance. Watch some of his other debates. If he's not for you, he's not for you. Obviously, everybody has their good people and their bad people. They like to watch them and they don't like to watch them. I'm hopefully finding the people that like to watch me over anybody else, right? I have to have my loyal people just like everybody else has to have their loyal people. So there's no hard feelings that if I'm not your guy, if I'm not your go-to, no hard feelings, but I would like to be, right? So I encourage people to give me feedback on what I can do better and what I can do, worse. I don't know. Good engagement today, Potato. Thank you very much, Wi-Fi. I agree. It's been a good day. Hey, Mr. B, there he is. Yep, he took off after we roasted him. Yeah, exactly. But at least he came back. He is still in the Coolverse, as far as I know. He's still in the circle. Obviously, he joined Tyler TV's panel here. So, good guy. Want to say he might even have his own channel too, but I don't know it. But anyway, I'll move on.
I'll repeat it. If I'm going for blonde women, not blind, blonde.
So quiet.
How would you know? I'm targeting blonde. What would be the problem with that? It's an immutable characteristic.
And this is why I don't know. I think StreamYard might work the same way, but this is why I like having Discord be my panel platform, because I can turn you up. I can allow people to hear you better. Because yeah, Uncle Tom here, I can't really hear him very well, and I can't even imagine what you guys are hearing. Hopefully you can hear him better, because I did give it a little bit of gain. But it's so different in volume. I don't want you just to go and then blaring yourself out every other minute.
What's the problem? What problem do you have?
There's no exploitative angle.
It's a preference. It's
totally different.
What do you know?
Exactly, System Crash. He's just adamantly stubborn, which I can understand. IFBB Pro. He's gonna have some legitimacy in arrogance in the sports arena. but you're not in the sports arena. And this is a sports arena to a certain extent, and that's where we have to kind of get away from, as far as I'm concerned. Again, this channel is more geared toward that dialectical idea of debate. So we need to get back to understanding each other and not a all-out blood sport, hit them till they're knocked down and continue to pound them when they're down, right? Blood sports is amazingly entertaining. But we also need to start moving that conversation forward.
You can exploit anybody.
Mine too.
Hang on. I'll answer it in the same way that he asked me.
I'm asking AVG.
Is there a blonde or brunette? Hang on.
Was the one debating.
Can you show me a blonde? Hang on. Can you show me a blonde girl ramp to Walmart? Like, is there like a railing that blonde girls need? Like, like when they say she's a blonde. Are you saying that blonde women are stupid?
No. I know what a disability is.
Why do you hate women, sir?
When you're referring to railing, you're referring to
Martae, back to what's important.
What is the
actual
problem?
sound?
You're actually adding axioms to this that don't.
So I'll point it out. This is Tyler's channel, Tyler's panel, so he can run it however he'd like to. But if you join my panel, please, I'm asking this as politely as I can. Give each other room to speak. I don't like what's happening on this panel. Everybody's over talking each other. Nobody gives each other any room. Yeah, it's a debate. It's a panel debate. This, that, the other. The panel verse has started their own thing and gotten this following. I don't know. But especially on my channel, I want to move the conversations forward and not just talk over each other. I can't hear hardly anything about what's going on because they're constantly talking over each other. Unless I focus on one person, and then I don't catch what the other person is saying. I want to hear your side. Give them room to speak.
Don't exist. That's the problem with this. That's why I created this. It's supposed to be designed where you're going to fill in
You're
the blanks.
calling my observation an axiom. Every time AVG has attempted to understand or understand or overstand what you're saying, I didn't say that. They literally played a clip, my friend, Martae, they played a clip where you said, she'll be blind. She won't care what shoes you got. She won't care how tall you are. 6 foot don't matter. They'll never know who you are.
What I want, when they ask me what Martae, what would you? That was from the reference point of what I would do. Nowhere do I say this is a prescription for what you should do or what I'll do.
Fair enough. Martae, I don't know what I did to cause you to feel like you needed to leave my Discord. You weren't very active in it, so that's fine, but I was trying to help you. I was honestly trying to defend you here. I don't see it as anything other than that, where other people directly attacked you. Your words yourself, saying that this was just personal attacks. I didn't. I don't remember personally attacking you. Chat, you can voice your opinion if I did attack him. I'm curious if anybody has any opinion on that. But yeah, Martae, Godspeed, brother.
That's what I'm saying. So when they ask, if you read the super chat, it says Martae, would you? So when I'm saying would you, I am in a bubble. I'm on an island when I'm answering this question. You're framing this as like it's outside of you, external to you.
Let's assume it was a prescription. It wouldn't matter anyways. I want to open up my dating pool. There's no problem with
no one here would agree with you, Tom.
Yeah, but why?
Ask them.
Do you have so you can't refute.
I may have my own foundation. AVG may have her own foundation, but what we all have in common is that we're trying to seek understanding. So if he said, for example, men get drafted, women do not. Who are women to entitle themselves to rights?
Yeah, I haven't maxed. You're still in the Discord, and after today, I kind of expect you to leave. I appreciate your good faith, willingness to stick it out. Like I said in the Discord, and anybody who's watching, willing or wanting to join the Discord, please do so. I am trying to build a family, a community of people that are willing to fight, make up, and still have a good time. We have movie nights. I know I haven't done it for months now, probably, and I feel bad for that. But we do have watch parties. We have Bible reads on Mondays. We have all sorts of activities going on, and I want to continue to build those. I'm pretty sure we had an idea of doing a D&D game channel and all sorts of stuff. So if you like Discord, if you want a different type of social media and you're not part of Discord yet, join my Discord. You don't have to join any other Discord. I promise you, my Discord will keep you busy. And if it doesn't, I'll try to figure out a way to do it. Because the community is what keeps me going every single day. I know it's going to be what keeps other people going eventually too. So, yeah, cult. No, it's not a cult. But every cult says that they're not a cult. Isn't that how it goes or something like that? He said you burned a bridge when you said he had fake emotions about his mom. Oh, I didn't see that. If it was real emotions, the thing is before it came back to him on the camera, he wasn't wiping his eyes. He wasn't doing anything to indicate that he was crying. And then when they fully bring him back on camera is when he actually starts to wipe his eye. If that wasn't fake, then why did he take it as fake? Because I don't, and again, chat, please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember saying it was fake. I just said, don't bring it up. You should have wiped your eye before the camera got back to you or something like that. I'm pretty sure is what I said. I don't remember saying that he faked it, right? I could be wrong. Please correct me if I am. And if I am wrong, I will admit it. I'm sorry that I didn't mean to say it was fake, but to bring it up in a debate, either way. Werewolf, I appreciate the engagement. I found everyone here to be just giving constructive criticism. And that's the biggest thing is if you were just to take it as constructive criticism, it wouldn't matter what people talk about, what people say about you. I call myself a potato for a reason. If someone gives me constructive criticism, I take it as just that. If they give me criticism, they start making fun of me. I'm a potato. What do they think they're gonna do? That's the whole reason that I put this persona in place in the first place. Where I understand where Martae is coming from. He labeled himself IFBB Pro Martae Ruelas on YouTube. You're labeling yourself as a big bad dude and you can't even take a little bit of constructive criticism. I'm a potato and I take it all the time. Trust me, with what's going on with my Discord lately, it's crazy. Potato, my issue with Discord is I have trouble finding general chat. Yeah, so I have a lot going on in my Discord. So if you have any issues with it, I'm more than happy to try to run something down with you to try to get it better organized for you. You can mute certain channels and hide certain channels and certain things, so we can try to make it a little easier to navigate. But the general starchiness is what I call my general chat. That is just below basically the first two sections. So I've got Christ above all else. And then I've got my shilling my section. And then down below that is where you can find your area, the general starchiness. But anyway, long story short, I will help anybody out if they want at any time to work the Discord so that it's not so bad. Yeah, Evan Max, the GIF wars are the best part of your Discord. The GIF wars are pretty good. They're pretty fun. Potato, he stacked the deck so that any criticism of this is a personal attack. And that's the biggest thing. Bandit is no matter how you want to look at this, it was not the trap that he wanted it to be, but it was a trap in and of its own because of the simple fact that no matter what you did, it was a personal direct attack. And like AVG talks about in this debate, it's a deafness fallacy. You've defined it to be too options and either one is going to screw you over. That is a fallacy. You cannot do that in a debate. I appreciate that, Stacey. I don't honestly think you did anything wrong. It was a little weirded out that he took what you were saying that way, because that is not what I heard, but he's being sensitive. I appreciate that feedback, because like I said, I'm not calling it fake. If it was real, that's almost worse. You're calling yourself an IFBB pro athlete, jock, strongman, and you were crying on camera. If that wasn't an emotional appeal, that was a beta move, bro. Have some control over your emotions if that was the case. Bandit, congratulations. You played yourself. Isn't that the truth? That's the thing, is everybody pointed it out. If it wasn't a thing to be defensive about, why did you get defensive? If it wasn't something to get defensive about, just say, I was real, and just accept it. If it's the truth, you don't have to have anybody else back it up. There's a lot of things that I want to tell people in my Discord, in day-to-day life, but it doesn't matter, because I know personally what I believe, what I understand, what I know to be truth. Now, that will be rooted out eventually if it's not truth. Eventually, I'll say my piece or whatever, and somebody will say, nah, that doesn't work, and I'll figure it out. But that's why we need the dialectical conversations. That's why we need the ability to feel comfortable to bring your piece up, to say your side, and have it challenged. Again, this shouldn't be that big of a deal to have this concept challenged when it's just a thing that you came up with on your own. If I came up, again, the broken back, I hate to even say that now, Heaven Max. What the dude? Why'd you do that to me? But to go after somebody specifically is not a way to be. Anyway, we'll get back into this for a little bit.
That's a better, I guess, example to your argument than the Islamic dilemma. I guess that's my qualm here.
Yeah, I mean, we can critique his tool all day long.
Unfortunately, I have to side with you on that one, Infected Mushroom. The whole debate between his lack of bass in his voice and the inability to recognize his tool was illogical, or ability to accept criticism. Then AVG said he hit on her. AVG said he hit on her? Wait, what? I missed that. That's funny. Martae. Oh, I feel bad now. Like, I don't know why, but I feel bad that he left my Discord. I don't really care, but at the same time, I'm just like, that's not what I was trying to do. I was really trying to help him out, because I saw the legitimacy in his tool. In the tool, Jesus, you're gonna get clipped. I saw the legitimacy in the tool that he presented, but I was honestly trying to help him out, and not like just be, oh yeah, Martae, this was such a good tool that obviously he was getting from Rollo or whatever, right? If he was really getting this extensive conversation with Rollo Tomasi. Now, I don't know Rollo Tomasi, I've never really seen his stuff, but if he's really that good, and he's the godfather of debate and things, or red pill and stuff like that, you'd think he would be willing to say, no, Martae, this isn't a good tactic. So if he was really willing to say, yeah, that's a good tactic, maybe it is good. Maybe it is good. So I was trying to help him out. But it boils down to the simple fact that it is a tool to use in debate. You should never have debated the tool. And like we talked about earlier, he said he disputed the debate prompt, but it still went through as the debate prompt. The thing I think happened was Martae was so wrapped up in his invention that he was so ready to debate this invention rather than thinking about how to debate this invention. Because what he should have done is labeled it as, if we're going to do the blind pill, that bullshit, I'm sorry, but that's bullshit from the get. But if we want to say blind pill, it should have been, is the blind pill a net positive for men in debate style or in debates or something like that, to label it as a tool in a debate? It wasn't labeled as a tool, which means it was labeled as a prescription to use in dating. That's not good. Martae asked AVG out on Speakeasy's channel a while back, and she turned him down. Oh my God. Oh my God. Rough. She's in Canada, isn't she? Like, I don't know. Maybe Martae is in Canada. I don't know. That's rough. Live on Speakeasy's channel. Take that DMs, Martae. Static age pause. What are you pausing for? Hold up. Wait, hold up. What's going on? What am I missing? Shit. Anyway, sorry. Rollo isn't a debater at all. His debates are horrible. Oh, yeah. So the godfather of Red Pill does not mean he was the godfather of Red Pill debates or something like that. So that makes sense, for sure. Well, I appreciate that. Don't call it art. I think it's pretty obvious that Tater wasn't working with malicious intent. I don't think Martae even really believes that. And that's the thing, is I think that he got upset because it was fake and he knew it was fake. I'm not saying it was fake. I'm just, how you don't get defensive if there's nothing to get defensive about. Right? At least that's how I was raised. Heaven Max says, I got heated over people over orthodoxy earlier and was blind to the fact that I identified as Protestant for a long time, and it's zero charity to not meet people where they are at in a debate. And I appreciate you understanding that, Heaven Max. And that's the thing, is like, when somebody comes at me, like, immediately my reaction, because I am very much an aggressive person, I'm not going to go, I'm going to go, you got a problem with me? Let's have it. Right? So it's obviously going to immediately start to spark a little bit of controversy. But we all need to understand that if that does happen, and we're just trying to understand where they're coming from, to say, hold up. I'm not trying to be aggressive here. I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from. Devin Max, yeah, right. Right. AVG, why didn't we get her in on this chat? I'm not sure where she's at today. Dang it. Somebody should have messaged her. I don't have access to her. That's fine. Let's see. Yeah, me too. I had to sift through what he was saying to make sense of it, and I asked a few questions to clarify, which was what he gave me the understanding I have. Just like you, but it's different. Yeah. All right. So let's see. We can do it.
I'm talking. I'm just trying to get to the nuts and bolts of what is the problem with opening up this to men as a prescription to men so they can get more dates.
Hey, news, views, and truth. I appreciate the engagement. Good to see you, man. So basically, what it was is, I don't know if you're part of our circle, but basically, long story short, is this lady AVG and this gentleman here, Martae Ruelas, had a debate before this after panel, and they debated on his new tool, or quote unquote tool, for debates, what he's calling the blind pill. Basically, what he's saying is it's a tool for the preferences biasness of feminists. When you say, I'm going to date a blind chick or something along those lines, they get offensive or defensive, and that basically wins the debate, according to Martae. So they debated on that, and this is the aftermath of it. But if you haven't seen the debate, it's in the description below. Definitely go check it out. Good to see you, though. To be fair, AVG was wearing her sunglasses, so Martae thought she was blind, therefore virtuous. That's funny. Infected mushroom. It's probably true, too. Hey, Abe, I don't know if I've seen you yet. Good to see you, buddy. Appreciate you. And if you're in the chat, you don't know, Abe has his own show as well. Definitely check him out. Good to see you, Mr. President. This seems like a grief spiral to me. I don't know for sure, but it has a familiar action to me to when I lost a parent. I don't know, though. Not necessarily the argument, but the way all of this is. Fair. Good to see you, Abe. Appreciate you. Bandit says, hey, I'm a Protestant, and there been quite a few Orthodoxy guys that I lost it. Don't want to hear from because they've been more concerned with Orthodoxy than they are Christ. Wow, that's not good. Yeah, seriously, Infected Mushroom. We're cooking today. I appreciate you guys so much. It's been a good day. Been a good stream. Good stream. You could say she was wearing her sunglasses at night. I wear my sunglasses at night. God, I love that song.
Married more,
Anyway.
have more kids. What would
Uncle
be the
Tom.
problem?
Uncle Tom, you want to engage with me, so I'd like to ask you a question, okay? Let's just assume for a second that you're watching me, right? Let's assume that I do amazing streams about car stereos. Fun fact, I actually was a mobile audio saleswoman at Best Buy back in my heyday. Heck yeah. And let's say I go to you and I say, there's a series of amps or 4chan amps, but like the kicker Warhorse is like the best one. And if you use the kicker Warhorse as an amp, like you will get the best bass levels that you can ever hear. Like your car will be rocking. And if you enjoy bass heavy music, you should really go for the kicker Warhorse. But like you could also go for the Monster.
And that's basically what it boils down to, Emmett. It's a tool like I won't say that. Sorry guys, that was rude. It's a tool. It just may be a retarded tool. It may not work. He says it works. He says it's been demolishing feminists for a year since 2025, and he names the date that he invented it 2 or 3 different times. He's obviously very proud of this idea, and I don't blame him. But you've got to be careful about how you label shit. And this is not labeled properly. You've got to label it so that it's more universal. Again, I have never once in my entire 40 years on this planet have I come across a female that's blind. I don't even know if I've come across a male that's blind. I don't even know if I have come across a male that's deaf. But I don't think I've come across a female that's deaf. I don't think I've come across a female that's blind. So to sit there and talk like it's like, oh, I'm going to open up this huge subsection of women for my dating pool so that I can use this in a debate. Because again, he's not opening up his dating preferences. He says he would date a blind chick. Is he dating a blind chick? No, right? So men can have their preferences, but that's the thing, is it comes down to preferences on virtue, because these blind women, according to him, are more virtuous because they can't see to be on OF. They can't see to be on Facebook getting all of these likes and subscribes and whatever. And again, I know many women that are very virtuous without doing that. Women that are single, women that are not single, they don't want to have anything to do with me. That's fine. But they're virtuous, not because they're blind, not because they have a disability, not because of something. They're just good people. You're all falling for it. Yeah, cleaner. That's funny. Let's see. Barney says, all right, it is Sunday. That would make sense for her to be there. My days always run together on the farm. Need to get out more. Fair enough. Yeah, this week is run together. I've been so busy. Wi-Fi, my old self would have hit on AVG too, though. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. AVG's a good looking woman. I'm not gonna hit on her in front of everybody though. That's wild. Anyway, I just asked you to give me an elevator pitch. Sorry, it meant I fell for something. That's insane. Misunderstood questions are often effective tools at a debate, asking something that has hidden promise, but it's a difficult topic, a difficult tactic. Thank you very much for that engagement. News, views, and truth. Greatly appreciate you being here. The Superman comment is what really got me. Yeah. Him saying that you're going to be there, Superman. Like I said, I had a girl that had a broken back. So essentially I could have been her Superman, right? But she was very independent. So it just never really made any sense to me. Let's see. You've fallen for my trap. I was gonna queue up the that clip. It's a trap. Missed out. But anyway. I don't know if I want to wrap up, guys. I like hanging out with you guys. So maybe we'll still go for a little while longer. But if Hardwire goes live, make sure you give him some love after I get done or something like that. Let's see. All right. Get back to this for a little bit.
It might not be as good, but the kicker warhorse is like, that's the one to
Yeah, having maxed, I figured that would be a little bit better.
go at. Do you think, from me talking as a person who generally speaks about car, 4chan, amplifiers, that I would be making a recommendation to you, the viewer, to go for the kicker warhorse?
Would I say you're trying to sell me at that point? You were just trying to sell me on a better quality.
Am I saying
sound?
that the kicker warhorse is superior to the other brand
That's
4chan
fair,
amplifiers,
fair.
including like the Monster 4chan amp?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't say it's a better value. We didn't talk about value
and
or
would
anything
you
like that.
would you
You're
go
just
for
saying.
would you
Just your
probably
opinion.
Oh, don't worry, Stacey. It's okay. I appreciate the engagement when you can. I know there's a lot of people out there that are just probably watching, and that's okay too. Just a view is all I need. But if you do like what you're seeing, I don't ask it very often, and it's only usually once a stream. So please bear with me here, guys. But I would like some donations, some contributions to the Tater Nation, this community that I'm trying to build. Right? We have a lot of fun here. We have a lot of fun on my Discord. To keep that around, I do have a Cash App, a Venmo, PayPal. Those are in the description below if there's not a mod in the chat to drop them into the chat. But anything helps, even just a like, subscribe, share, especially a share. Tells YouTube that I'm liked. And I want YouTube to be paying me. I don't care to have you guys paying me as much, right? Any contribution is awesome. But if I can get YouTube to pay me, we can get the conglomerate to pay us, we're better off, right? Abe says the main contention is that it's okay to date a blind person. It's not okay to select for a disability because the person is more helpless. Exactly, right? So again, labeling it with a specific subset of people is where the predatory action comes in. If it were to be a preferences biased theory and you were to implement that theory during a debate, that would be a big, big difference. And in fact, I might coin this myself and start debating him on his own tool. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Keep it going for another 30 minutes at least. Oh, fair enough. Why do I need to keep it going for another 30 minutes? Is Hardwire going to be on after that or something? What's going on? I appreciate that, Bandit. Let's see. NVT. I'll just start calling you NVT or Newt. Should I just call you Newt? I'm just kidding. Anyway, sorry. Is she trying to appeal to dudes by talking about amps and her time selling audio at Best Buy? What is the relevance? I'm sorry, I keep stopping it. If I were to just shut up and let her talk, you'd probably understand her point.
That price was not a consideration and that you actually had the means to acquire the kicker warhorse, would you probably prefer to go for that based on my recommendation?
Yeah, let's assume I would. Sure.
Let's assume. Would you or would you not?
No, I'm fine with conceding that. Yes, I would. But I don't understand your point.
Yeah, thread the needle
That is
for
my
him.
point.
It might
I
be.
don't understand you.
So, are you trying to say that by being on a platform talking about this, that?
Oh shit, Hardwire. Are you in that like tornado alley going on or whatever? I don't know if that's still a thing or whatever, but prayers, man. Stay safe, brother, if you're in that area, and if not, hope that the storm passes and you can go live. So dumb, dude. Kyle, yeah.
And will choose to do it, or
what is blind pill better than? Blind pill is greater than red pill? Black pill?
It's not the same thing as a red pill. You can't even compare the two because one
What
has
is
more
it?
data package.
What is
Well, that's again, going back to the fact that you labeled it wrong, Martae. If it's completely different from a pill, why did you label it as a pill other than the fact that you were trying to jump on the bandwagon? I don't like the following attitude, right? Don't go around stealing people's ideas. Don't go around stealing people's hard work and things that they try to contribute to you. Don't label them as yours. There's a lot of things that we need to start getting back to originality on. And this idea that everything has to be labeled the same, everything has to be a pill, Christ pill, all these other pills, we got to stop it. Red pill and blue pill originated from Matrix as pills because of what they did in the show. Labeling it as a pill then labels it as a prescription, telling people how it has to be done. And you cannot say that about this particular argument. My bad argument, Spidey sense is going crazy. The Predator counter argument is a really bad argument. I'm cooking right now, but if you have a panel later, I can explain why. Driving me nuts here. Interesting. My bad argument, Spidey sense is going crazy. The Predator counter argument is a really bad argument. Fair enough. I don't typically have panels on Sundays, but I might open up a panel tonight. We have a decent amount of people, and I'll start a poll. How about that? I like your guys' points, right? If you guys don't want to stay around for a panel, I'm not going to open up a panel. But if you guys want to stay around for a panel, I might go eat something and come back. And we might try to do that.
He's not saying it's the same thing. But I think what AVG is trying to get at is when you frame a certain thing as better, you're selling a certain thing, and you have a higher probability if the person is convinced by your rhetoric.
Yeah. When you have a bigger dating pool, it is better. Yeah.
How are you not saying better, my friend?
It's going to be more likely that you get married, more likely that you have children.
You have to let them say better. You don't say better. They say better.
Okay, so then you're not saying better by blind.
Descriptively better.
So it's interesting.
So you're not saying better by blind.
Prescription, and the other one is saying that it's not
by more
prescription.
people.
So you guys are contradicting yourselves, by the way. That's actually
yeah, Mr. B. Appreciate the engagement. Good to see you still in around. Even red pill and blue pill are prescriptions on how to live life. And that's the thing is since the Matrix movie, they have become the prescriptions on how to live life. Red pill is more based, more understanding of logic, reality, conservatism, holding to the same principles, and blue pill is modernism, advancement, trying to make better of what we have or whatever the case is, right? Neo, yeah, right. Let's see. I don't think there's serious weight to the predatory accusation, but it is very weird stance to take from Martae's side to say you'll be their Superman. And that's the thing is I don't understand how that can not be predatory. And so now I'm kind of curious on the open panel. It does look like there's an overwhelmingly amount of people that want to do an open panel. So we may be doing an open panel. So there's that. I'll watch the panel, but I still want the watch party. And that's just it, is I don't want to go too far into like the watch party and stuff like that tonight with whatever. So some things I do like not stepping on people's toes for. Red pill is the scripture, not a prescriptor. That's fair too. Werewolf, I want to be Batman. Where did that come from? Where's Joker? Where's Batman? I haven't seen him in a little bit. Oh, there's one vote for no. Who voted no? Who doesn't want to talk to me afterward? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Oh man, I'm such an asshole.
But as far as better, as in like more qualities that you prefer, meaning the potential for being less hypergamous, you could say better. Yes, I'd be happy saying better.
That's why the hypothetical is
So
created.
what's the problem with that?
For the qualities. Yeah.
But are we also ignoring the fact that there is a huge lapse in?
Oh, you're available. Don't call it art. That's fair. Yeah, I need to be doing more panels. I like where it's going, and I like how it's going. So I need to be doing more panels. So maybe I'll do more often on Sundays, after my stream, something like that. I'm really liking our panels, guys. Awesome.
Judgment that we're now having that it is an easy life to live a life where you cannot see at all. Because you're saying about on the man's life, not you, but like the man, he'll have a virtuous woman. He won't have to worry about where she's at. He's on the game. He's on his business. He's on his grind.
That's fair, Wi-Fi. They use the red pill to add their prescriptions to it. And that's the biggest problem, is where the red pill is just bringing forth the truth, helping people understand where you're coming from. That's the biggest thing. Wait, who are you talking about, Heaven Max? Where is she? Anyway. Yeah.
So yes, compared to feminism and this current status quo, I agree with that metaphorically. But to care for a person, with love and compassion truly is a sacrifice on top of the sacrifice of marriage, covenants, and love.
Yes.
Do you agree? So it's like a sacrifice, but a small plus. But only metaphorically.
It's built in to be a sacrifice for men to lean towards this, so that way they adopt on the suffering. And when I paint this hypothetical to women, the crazy thing is it's designed to gauge the response. Like, you don't tell them what the men's motive is. You don't tell them that women are targets or any of this stuff. What they do is they fill in the blanks, and they're literally telling on themselves by being in this position where they have two paradigms. They either have to choose to opt out or accept it. Either one puts them in a position where they're having to defend a feminist position. That's
this
the
makes
way
no
that
sense.
This is
So okay, I get it. Hang on.
Wait, this still makes no sense because
he's cooking, Emmett. I promise you. Give me a chance. He's saying that a high value woman at whatever podcast will tell a man, you'd be better off with me. Look at me. Why would you pick her? And be shaming the blind woman without even knowing it.
Yeah.
So in a weird Twilight Zone way, it's a great tool. But it didn't serve you as your friend in this debate by any means necessary.
Hold on, because I'm not using.
But again, even like Geoverse is like trying to be as polite and as nice as he can be, and yet there was nothing in the chat. Like right when Martae was with us in the live chat earlier, he's like, "Oh, it was just all personal attacks." Geoverse wasn't personal attacks. I don't know Simos Funk. I don't think Emmett was really personal attacks. Emmett, you can get aggressive, and that's understandable, but I don't think it was personal attacks. So I'm not sure what he's referring to as far as that goes. But anyway, if you haven't seen the whole thing, like I said, we're only 2 hours into a 7.5 hour panel, or 7.5 hour video and things like that. So I'm not necessarily going to go too much further into that. But we can go into, we'll say, because I don't know if I have any mods right now, so I don't know if I want to make you have to vet through. So if you want to just jump into the Tater Talks vetting room, we'll start doing the panel on that room there.
The tool against her. I'm describing the tool. When I've used debates, Uncle Tom has seen me use the tool against women and proved it flawlessly. It literally works so fucking good.
Empirically, I'm your buddy too, but empirically,
but it's a troll approach.
But I think it's
oh, that's fair, Barn. Yeah, later on when Trippy and stuff comes on, that was probably why I had to end it. I was just like, I can't handle the stupidity. Trippy is bad, man. He just talks over everybody and doesn't let anybody speak their piece. He just thinks he knows everything. I don't know. That's the other thing is it just seemed like he took the personally, right? That's all it was. It was just we were trying to give him constructive criticism, and it was just all personal to him, right? But yeah, if you're not part of the Discord, jump into the Discord. You can just jump right into the Tater Talks vetting room, and we'll open up the panel. But we'll jump forward here, and I'll show you a little bit more while we're waiting.
Because that is the fact. That's the reason. That is in fact the only reason why you can reject hypotheticals is because they either the premises are false, or they don't follow logic. So you can pretend that is not the case.
That's not the reason why. That's an absolute statement that you made. So they only reject it because of
logic, bro.
No, they only reject it because of that.
Bro. Okay, I'm not ortho bro.
Geoverse, did you accept it because it was false? Did you? Was that why you were?
That's actually fair, Barn. I think I remember that now that you point that out. Yeah, you got to be careful of personal attacks. And I know I'm not probably going to be the best. I don't know. I'm a human. Everybody has their personal issues, but you got to let things roll off your back. Just take it in stride.
Rejected it? Or did you move towards virtue by choosing a different route?
Yes, that is the part that is
Let
false.
him answer
Blindness
this.
has
Let
nothing
him
to do
answer
with
this.
virtue.
Nope,
How
not
many times
asking
do I have
you.
to tell you that?
And I'm just waiting for anybody to hop into the vetting room, and I'll start the open panel. We don't have to finish this. It's not like we're going to be able to get through it or anything like that. We'll just open the panel up.
When you went around this weapon that I created, was this because it was false?
It's because I wanted to bang a blind woman.
Martae's mom is around.
I mean, she's dead, but I mean, you could talk about the dead. You know,
what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Sounds ominous. What's ortho, bro? You sounds concerning.
Men have their preferences. Why can't men have preferences, Martae? You fucking feminist.
Can you like I'm blind really quick? But what is the blind pill?
Once illegal, you can't have.
Yeah, I didn't think you insulted him. I thought you were just giving him advice. I thought pretty good advice from what I was understanding. Well, I wasn't paying attention personally, but like paying like close attention.
Necrophilia, which means if you bang my dead mom, that's illegal.
Yeah. Dusty.
Okay, so the laws where what's legal is what's moral, huh?
To run away, and you all can try to run away from this, but at the end of the day, the reason why it was rejected is because it's false. Unless you can tell me why is it true, because I told you why it's false. But the reason why it's false is because I'm rejecting the idea that blindness leads to virtue. You said that the reason why you're preferring this person is through virtue, not through blindness. Thus, the point is I'm rejecting your hypothetical directly by the correlation of blindness on virtue. And I told you, and I asked you, wait, before we move forward, I'm going to explain this to you one last time. When I asked
you couldn't even answer the question, but go ahead.
When I asked you at the end, I said, would you date
You mean
a
the
blind
question
person?
you couldn't answer last time?
Would you date a blind person that is leading towards feminism? You said no. Thus entailing directly
meaning if my mom was a feminist, I wouldn't date her.
I don't care about your mom. Don't bring your mom into this, okay? I don't give a fuck about your mom. Don't bring your mom into this. I'm not bringing my mom. My mom, my mom is in a wheelchair. She has no legs, no arms. She can barely breathe. Okay, I apologize about that. Fuck it.
I swear this guy wants to date his mom.
Your mom is in a wheelchair. She has no arms.
My mom is in a wheelchair. She can't see.
Mom keeps coming into it because he keeps using his mom like a shield.
Yeah, what would be wrong with me dating your mom then? What would be wrong with me dating your mom?
Okay, I don't want
you
the black
sound like
person.
You want to date your mom.
What would be wrong with me dating your mom in a wheelchair, Evan? What would be wrong with me dating your mom?
I already told you I don't want a black person in my family.
This is literally the mom pill.
So it's a moral right. Now you're in another dilemma that you created.
Imagine a beaner trying to shame a black man.
Yeah, guys.
So now you're racist now. Great.
Hello, Sassy.
Everybody look.
Okay, Martae, are you gonna listen to this? Because I asked
so
you.
now you're racist.
I don't care about
any
of your bullshit, okay? I don't care about any of your bullshit.
No, answer the question. Why is it wrong for me to date your mom in a
stop
wheelchair?
deflecting.
Listen, when I rejected the hypothetical, when I literally rejected the hypothetical, it was directly correlated to the falseness of blindness related to virtue. And the fact that you've been saying that is genius of me just explains that your hypothetical is false, and that's why it's rejected, because that's how you reject hypotheticals. If you don't understand logic,
you
it's
have
not
an
my
absolute,
fucking fault.
I didn't. They're different. So your example doesn't. No. I say if she's leaning towards virtue. You never said if. You said she does. Yours is an absolute. When I say if, if it's not an absolute, you need to understand logic and rhetoric and debate, Emmett. This is why you're asked about beat.
Let me ask you again this question, okay?
Debate.
Beat where?
Ought you choose a woman?
Beat in the debate, Emmett. Let's be honest.
Ought you choose a woman?
Literally everybody ever has beat you in a debate, and you cheat with Grok.
No, listen, I'm only talking about this debate and this tool. Nothing else.
When I went to Jubilee, did I cheat when I win?
Martae,
this debate that I'm having in person, am I going to
listen to Emmett? Listen to Emmett. Listen to Emmett.
Stop running away. Ought you choose a woman because she's blind or because she's virtuous?
Virtuous.
That's the question.
Okay. So is it that the reason why I rejected the hypothetical was because there is no correlation between blindness and virtue, and I explained you
there's
3
a correlation.
times why.
How many blind women do you know on OnlyFans? How many blind women?
All right, so we have a few people in the in the panel room, so we'll go and jump over there. Let me see here. Hey guys. Can you hear me? Oh, I wasn't sure if you were around to vet or anything like that, but if you want to vet, we can do it in the actual panel room rather than having to worry about if there was somebody that came up. Okay, we'll just do the panel room then. Appreciate you. Yeah. Sorry guys, I was just making sure that they were ready. I didn't want to be like them just be like talking about private stuff and me come in like, oh, you guys ready, and it would just be blasting them live. So you guys should be able to hear them now. But we're gonna go ahead and move over to the panel room. So if you guys are wanting to join, you'll go into the vetting room first. Mr. B will be in there. He'll vet you, and then we'll go into the Tater Talks panel room to actually do the panel. So that way we keep everybody on TOS and everything like that. So the people that are on the panel, just follow me over to the panel room. We'll go get started there.
Sir.
Welcome in.
Howdy.
And then again, anybody in the chat that would like to join the panel, you are more than welcome to join. Doesn't matter what your reviews are. Anything is welcome until the TOS or something starts being pulled, and then I'll kick you or have one of my mods kick you. And if B will hang around, I'm going to go eat as soon as we, hopefully. I don't know if it's ready or not. But anyway, long story short, I'll eat at some point in time, and we'll keep this party going. Hey, this will be chaotic. Yeah, I'm curious if we can get it chaotic, but we'll see. All right. So anybody on the panel want to start us off? Any points that we want to bring up first off?
I think that I'm more virtuous on this panel than Vosh because I am currently unable to be seen. Well, I'm gonna just go ahead and agree with you there.
But I thought it was that you couldn't see, not be seen.
Darn, yeah, you're maybe right. I don't know. I fell into my own trap.
It's a trap. Vosh, don't you wear glasses?
You fell for the blind pill. Usually, I got contacts in.
Yeah, so
it's not late enough to take them out yet.
So you're not even not wearing your glasses, so you're not virtuous. Pshaw.
Yeah, exactly. You'll stick a finger in your own eye to escape virtue. That's wild. Yeah.
Right.
I'm a filthy degenerate in that way.
That's funny.
I got my eye test like a week ago. I really must hate my virtues.
That's funny. So yeah, we'll go for about an hour on the panel. So about 5:30 is probably my time. 5:30, 7:30 about the Eastern Standard Time. So if anybody wants to join before that, and that way we can still get to the whatever watch party afterwards. Because I still like doing that with my Discord privately. It's not something we stream, so if you want to be part of it, please join. It's always fun. Hey, Kat, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Good to have you. Good to have you. You have anything to say on the subject?
I just wanted to say that the blind potato on the thumbnail was fire.
Oh, thanks. I thought that was pretty funny.
I liked it. I liked it.
Well, thanks.
Thanks.
Well, Kat, you even ended up on this panel, right? Like this debate with Martae that night. You jumped on there, right?
Well, yeah, because he kept saying it was this tool, so I wanted to give him a chance to run the tool and set the traps.
You're kind of breaking up.
I had to allow him to trap me. Like I was gonna try to use like feminist. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm driving. Can y'all hear me now?
Oh, you're all right. Yeah, we can hear you now. For now.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm driving. I'm going to work. Gotta make some money. But no, I jumped on the panel because he kept saying it was this tool, this trap. So I wanted to give him a chance. Because I was like, well, he'll either prove that this is a trap or a tool, or he won't. And then that's kind of the end of the debate, right? So I wanted to give him a chance to set the trap, run the tool. I was going in good faith to try to answer how he would suspect the feminist would, just so we could see this rhetorical tool, trap, whatever, in action. But by the time I got up there, all the crazy stuff was going on, so I couldn't really talk to him about it. So he actually ended up leaving before I got to talk to him about it. But I did run the logic with his cohort, what's his name, Uncle Tom, and he actually ended up conceding that it was actually a prescription and less of a tool. So, whatever.
It's fair. Yeah, so again, if it's a prescription, it's not a tool, and if it's a tool, it's not a prescription, and it shouldn't be labeled as a pill, right? Kat, just so you know, Wi-Fi asks who's talking. So that's Kat, Pharma Kat, our resident female Spurg, I guess is what she calls herself. And Cleaner 409 says. Cleaner 409 says, "Who cares who it is? That voice."
Oh God, yeah, it's terrible.
Southern accent.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm sorry. It's bad. It's bad. I know.
Wi-Fi says, "Cringe voice." I didn't see it as that. I thought he was complimenting the voice. I like her accent, guys. Give her a break.
Wait, what accent?
Well, sorry, Wi-Fi. It's not a put on. This is just
what? Yeah.
It's just how I talk. So I guess I'm just cringe. Oh well.
Wi-Fi.
I've been called worse.
Right. Cleaner says that is the one voice I never hear interrupted. When Kat talks, everybody shuts up and lets her talk.
Kat, can you say a word for me real quick? Can you say wash rag?
I don't say it the way that you think I'm going to say it. I actually say wash rag. I don't say wash rag.
Okay, I know so many people that say wash rag, and I'm like, stop it.
My grandma did say it that way.
I need a washcloth. What are you talking about? The real test is watermelon.
I lived in the city for a while.
No, but I will say, when I've spoken to people on the specific topic involving the blind pill, I do understand where he's coming from with it. I really do, because what he's saying is, I'm not prescribing anything. It's a debate tactic in the sense of like,
fair enough.
I'm going to say this thing, and the fact that you are reacting to it means that the topic itself is working somehow. And I do kind of see where he's coming from with that. Like, the fact we're all talking about it kind of leads to the conversation, because if you do pick a side, you fall for the trap. But every one of us just doesn't fall for the trap. You know, we're just like, well, that's a false dichotomy. And that's where it kind of falls short with us, you know. But like to the average person that watches Fox News, it's probably a great tactic, you know.
Right.
Or CNN or anybody else. I'm talking about like the boomer generation, but most of us are all like the debate circles and everything like that. Like we're just like, no, those aren't the only two options. I will create a third option, or you're wrong. That's exactly where I come from. Yeah, because like it's like you either are predatory or you're seeking virtue, or it's just I don't. Yeah. The third is it's irrelevant whether or not they're blind if you have any kind of righteous intent, you know? It should be completely
That's right,
irrelevant.
boss. Pay the simp tax. Simp tax, pay the simp.
I don't know. I think whether or not somebody is blind is probably pretty relevant to a choice in mate, but... Oh, yes. No, I'm just saying if you're...
It's just preference, though.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. But to say that somebody's more virtuous because they're blind is just insane. Exactly, but there's a lot of merit to saying, like, maybe you don't marry a blind woman, and that may sound terrible, but a lot of that type of stuff is regressive, and a lot of it is genetic, and you have to worry about, like, do you want your kids to also have that handicap? Because a handicap really means that you are just having a harder start to life or a harder time in life. Do you want to have that kind of risk? Probably not if you can avoid it. But if you love a blind woman, there's absolutely nothing more or less virtuous about having kids with her. Yeah.
Yeah, if it yeah, like birds aren't even real in the chat says there is no trap. That's just it. Is if it was a trap, it wouldn't be a legitimate debate tactic. And if it isn't a trap, then stop calling it a trap. And it's like, yeah, it's just a dumb way of thinking about it, to be completely honest on that one, unfortunately. Homestead
I think the biggest shortcoming is like he keeps going from it's a prescription. No, it's not a prescription. It's a tool. No, it's more than just a tool. It's a descriptor, and he's not solid on what it is. So why should anybody take it seriously?
Right. That's the thing, is if you can't even really understand your tool well enough to talk about it, to explain it, it's not going to be a tool worth using. Factual Patrick in the chat, think this is the first time I'm seeing you. It's a trap in his own mind. Appreciate the engagement. Hope to keep you around. Good to see you. Please like the stream if you like the content that I'm having. Like, subscribe, share. And Homestead says, because there is no such thing as a blind hua, right? And that's the thing.
Yeah, I was going to bring that comment up, but I was like, I don't know if that's TOS.
Oh, well, good job. The word might be, I'm not completely sure, but you can say hua or 304 or strumpet in replacement.
It's one of my favorite words.
What was that, Kat? Sorry.
So that's just one of my favorite words.
Oh, you're breaking up again.
She says that's one of her like no words.
Oh, I got you. That's fair.
No, I did not. I said it's one of my favorite words.
Oh, I misheard that too then.
We can hear you loud and clear that time. That's funny.
I call it like I see them.
I call it like I'm seeing it. Yeah, exactly.
But with what Homestead said, I would not be surprised in today's society with OnlyFans and how some younger females have been acting that there isn't an OnlyFans star who is blind. You know, I could totally see that being a thing, which is sad, but probably true.
Yeah, exactly, Dave. From the outside looking in, it's not what it looks like. But yeah, Dave says in the chat, it's not... You can say it's a tool all you want, but from the outside looking in, that's not what it looks like. It looks predatory. I'm sorry, but it does, because of the simple fact that you're targeting a specific subset of women. If you don't have that title before the blind, the amputee, whatever, before the pill, then you can kind of have some room to just defend it. But to have it targeting a specific subset of women, you're targeting. That's...
Well, I do see
Stop being feminist.
What Mo said in the chat, though, about the fallacy of it.
What was that,
Sorry.
Max? Sorry.
Oh, no, my bad. I was just interrupting anyways. But I do see what Mo's saying about how the fallacy in that is, because from a surface level, you can see it's predatory, but you're not looking for the woman because she's blind. You're looking for the virtuous woman, and he's just assessing a qualifier that he thinks increases virtue, right? So it's not
But it's a
inherently
fallacy.
predatory, but it's I don't know. I don't like it. It's uncomfortable, right? But I don't think it's necessarily predatory.
The tool is actually a 3-tier fallacy. Emmett explained it pretty well. I don't know if he's around to kind of explain it, but he explained like 3-tier fallacy machine of the blind panel, and it's pretty good explained.
That's fair. Yeah,
But
Martae,
I think a
he's
better
a
tool
meanie.
is Mr. B using that song reference, and now it's stuck in my head, and I can't think of anything else. That's a better tool than the blind pill.
right? That's funny.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. B.
Yeah, Emmett's around. I'm not
No,
sure
but
if he'll
like-
join, but
But it's like saying to someone, "Oh, where do you want to find a wife?" And your response is, "Go to church. Find yourself a virtuous woman." You could also say that there are a lot of women that go to church that may have not a lot of life experience, or they may, I don't know quite how to say it, but
yeah, right.
not quite say that
Just
they are
opening the
underqualified
market.
or incompetent, but they just, may have more of a. I can't think of it, the word, but
welcome in, guys.
Good.
What's
Is it
happening?
virtuous to go to church just to find a wife?
Yeah, I only have like 15 minutes, and I got to jump off. But I just want to jump on and kind of elaborate on what I was saying in the chat. So, and by the way, you see, my point was, you see this come up in a lot of arguments, actually. Anytime someone puts forth a premise, and then the counter is to insert something that draws on intent, you then have to prove that intent. So for even if the argument was, and by the way, I have my own list of critiques for the argument. I already went over those with Martae. Maybe we can discuss those at length when I have more time. But anytime you're saying something that's predatory, so let's just say that you are saying I'm only going after blind women. I'm dying on the hill, right? The dating pool being predatory, it would have to involve exploitation, deception, or coercion of some kind, or B, it would have to be motivated by intent to harm. So since you can't prove A or B, then the preference can't be proven inherently to be predatory.
It's exploiting the blindness. It's exploiting the blindness to be their savior, because he literally said that.
Demonstrate
I have a question. Let's say that I'm a red pillar and I want to get to my 200 number, and I'm gonna go to the blind. I'm gonna go to the blind woman, because every time I've gone to the blind woman, they're being easier to manipulate. Would that be predatory?
Okay, but you've inserted that in the premise that it's predatory.
Well,
That's
you
the
inserted
problem.
in the premise that he's supposed to be a virtuous man, because he said, this is the problem I have. This is what I explained this many times.
Well, no, I told them the virtue thing was a dead
Shut up
end.
for a second. I'm going to explain it, because nobody makes the argument. The thing is, he says directly, is it okay for men to open the dating market to blind women, because blind women are more virtuous? That was the way that he phrased it. And then I explained that there's a three-pronged fallacy. The first one is blind is not equal virtue. The second one is the market is closed, which means that you cannot date blind woman right now, which you can, in fact, date a blind woman. Nobody cares. And the third one is we're presupposing in the explanation that he makes that men are virtuous, which is not correct. Men can be predatory, but there's nothing in the question that tells you that they are virtuous or not. And he's saying, well, that's the thing that we're trying to make. We're trying to point out that people just think that they're predatory, but in reality, if you're just talking about the tool itself, it's a fallacy, because why should we pretend that men are supposed to be virtuous? There's nothing in there that says that. And finally, in the answers, there's another fallacy. Because if you say, no, you cannot date a blind woman, fine, you are denying men his preference. But if you say yes, you say, well, that means that the dating market is fucked, because now you have to date blind women to find virtue, which also presupposes that blind women are lesser just because they're blind.
Hopefully we'll see you
So
at the
I can pretty much grant all that.
watch party.
My critique was basically saying the counter argument that it's predatory inherently false flag, because you can't prove it.
Okay.
So I can grant everything you just said there.
If you're not going for virtue, you're just going for blindness. Okay, because and there's no virtue involved in it. You're just doing it because you want to. Okay, it's my preference.
Yeah, you have to.
Wouldn't that
Well,
be
okay, but
predatory?
still, well, no, just because you want to do something doesn't mean it's inherently predatory. You have to demonstrate that.
Mo,
That's my point.
Can I give you an example though that would give you the opposite of this? Like if you meet someone that's a PDF and they say, "Oh, I don't like children because they're minors. I like children because they are more innocent." Are you going to say that that's not inherently predatory? Like some things are inherently predatory without you describing it, right? Like you're taking advantage of someone.
Listen to my explanation when I came in here. I said unless it's stated in the premise that it's predatory. You said PDF files, that is inherently predatory. Yes, so that would be predatory.
But it's also not stated in the premise that it's not predatory. It's just supposed to be assumed because we're supposed to assume that the man is virtuous, looking for a virtuous woman. There's a lot of assumptions.
Look, I agree. I agree. Like that was part of my critique when I was going over with Martae. I think tying it to virtue was a misstep. I don't think that holds
Hey,
under
Mrs.
scrutiny.
D.
But
Appreciate the
my
engagement.
only
Good to see
point
ya.
is,
Hope you're doing
'cause
well.
I'm actually not I came in here to engage mainly on the counter argument that was being made. It's a bad counter argument, and there's way more things to critique it on that are actually hold logically. That's my only point.
All of it follows logically. There's no reason to presuppose that it's not going to be predatory. So it's part of the fallacy.
But there's no reason to assume that it's not predatory either. You can't prove it. That's my point.
Exactly. We don't know that. So at the end of the day, we cannot
so
assume
then
that
using it as an argument is dog shit, right?
No, it is dog shit because his explanation. Look, listen to his explanation. What does he say in his explanation when he's talking about the blind pill? Oh, it's gonna be a virtuous man. He's gonna take on his pain.
Yeah,
he's gonna
and
do
you
all these
can-
incredible things for her.
I get that.
And he's gonna be the superhero. Okay, where in
I
the
understand, yeah.
fucking question do we get that he's gonna be any of that? What if he's gonna just use her and dump her? What if
Right,
I'm a red
right,
pillar
that's-
and I'm just gonna it's gonna be number 57?
Sure,
in
that
my list of
doesn't go
200.
against anything that I said. That I can agree. I can grant all of that because then you're attacking. How do you prove virtue? How do you prove this thing is virtuous? And that's a completely different. And that is a valid counter argument, and that is something to go after. But saying that it's inherently predatory is a bad argument, guys. I'm sorry. It just is. It doesn't logically follow.
No, I actually
That's
agree
all.
with you. I just think that there's some nuance to it, right? Like the PDF one, like you can't just say it's inherently without applying that it's automatically predatory, which is kind of what we're doing to the blind pill, right? Like
I don't think it has to be inherently predatory. I think it can be maybe predatory.
But that's just an assumption. That's just an assertion. You have to prove that.
And not being predatory is also an assumption as well.
Yeah,
Sure,
but when it comes
sure.
to the God, I hate this. I hate bringing fine. When it comes to, for example, the map guy, okay, the map guy, okay,
The
he
map
just wants to
guy.
do it because I'm just gonna use map because it's not the only
Minor
thing I wanna
attractive.
do in it. Mhm.
Oh,
the map guy,
I don't even.
he
I don't even
wants
like
to- he
using
wants-
that term because it.
I know. We
normalizes
don't want to
but I
use
hate
it, but it's the letter. It's it's the letter people, and we are in.
Yeah,
in
no,
the
I get it, I
promise,
get it.
In the promise month, okay.
Yep.
The promise month.
I get it.
We all know
I
the
get
promise
it,
month.
yeah.
yes, mashallah.
Alright.
Okay,
No.
so when it comes to that, he says that the reason why he wants to do it is because that person is less likely to have an account that is gonna be in the internet. There's a lot of filters on the internet, so it's gonna be easier.
Which
it's
he'd
gonna be
have to
way
prove
easier
that too.
It's not true that. Can you even make an account in OF if you're 16?
That's my. Well, no, I'm saying that he would have to.
Okay,
prove that,
so you
that
wouldn't be even able.
There's no inherent. There's nothing. There's no data out there that I looked at showing that. There's nothing. There's no studies out there saying that someone being blind lends themselves to not being on OF or anything like that. In fact, there was one study out of
the
China.
map field right now, okay? I don't even
Oh, you're playing the
believe in
map.
this.
Okay,
It's
gotcha.
fucking awful, okay? So this
Okay.
person just wants to be the superhero. This person is gonna be
Right.
less likely to live in because they're gonna be way more tired because because of the age. Okay, he's gonna be more able to control her in some kind of way too. All of that I would just presupposing that that this is predatory. If that is the case,
If the map person is doing it.
yeah, I would call that predatory and 100%.
Well, yeah, of course, but it's built-
and I
it's
wouldn't
built
care, and I
into
wouldn't
the
care
premise.
about any other thing. But
No, but
that's a
that's the
presupposition.
difference.
This guy is actually very virtuous. He just wants to follow all the virtues about Oh, fuck.
But it's
About a
pre
16, okay?
it's
Exactly,
in the premise
Kyle.
you're giving though.
That's
to
what it
say
boils
that,
down to.
Okay,
No,
I
so
like the guy.
Matt
I'm
people,
really trying to
hold on, I'll
honestly
explain.
get him
Matt
to
people,
understand that
they
this is
are
ego at this point in time. He needs to let
attracted
it
to
go.
something that cannot
Figure out a
consent.
different approach.
So, or someone
Oh
who
my
cannot
god,
consent.
don't make the consent
And so that is
argument.
well, no, because that is what makes it predatory, and they're underage and they're innocent, and it's disgusting. So inherently, in that premise, it is predatory. Yes.
Well, consent is a feminist term, so you're a feminist.
Sure, fine, leave it with that. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, fine.
You don't have to call them
because I don't want to continue that conversation anyway.
Well,
could I? All right, but listen, guys. Okay, go ahead. If you have a question for me, then let me know. But I gotta go. I'm pressed on
Yeah,
time,
I
so
do.
I apologize.
Sorry. It was just a quick question.
Hold on, real quick.
Oh, sorry.
Don't call it art. I've been seeing the green light coming up around you. I don't know if you're trying to talk and your mic isn't working. Go ahead and talk for me real quick.
Yeah, I'm having some technical issues. Don't mind me.
Okay, as long as you're not like just being ignored, that's all I want to make sure.
I just wanted to point out that you don't have to call maps people. He called them map people.
Yeah.
Map things.
Yeah.
Anyway,
map things.
Go ahead and go back to it. Sorry.
Yeah, so Mo, my question for you real quick is, isn't there an argument though that on the side of consent it's about like being well informed and stuff like that, and the fact that you're blind, you're more likely to be coerced into something without realizing because you have one less of these sense data to rely on?
Well, that would be shifting the argument to the agency of the blind person, and then you'd have to prove that they're inherently less mentally capable or something of that nature in whatever the context you're using.
I get what you're saying. It can't be a monolithic statement. I was just saying, like, it's more likely than not. But yeah, I do see what you're saying. You can't just say because of this, and that majority of the time, you might end up with it being predatory.
That's the reverse of you can't say that just because they're blind they're inherently virtuous, right? So it's both. It cuts both ways. So, but anyway, I appreciate the time, guys. Emmett, don't be such a meanie to me. All right, it's okay.
You're my favorite feminist now, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so, guys.
Well, if you want to give a shout out for your channel real quick before you go, you're welcome to.
Yeah, Mo rebuttal everywhere. You guys are find me Discord, YouTube, X. Any debates coming up? You guys want to challenge me on? Let me know. I don't have anything coming up, so looking for something to get into. But you guys take care. God bless. See you later.
Right on. Have a good one. You're always welcome back, man. Bye. Anyway, getting back to it. Nobody? Anybody have anything?
I mean, I just want to ask what his definition of a feminist is if we're changing tangents, but I think Don't Call It Art has something to say.
Trying to say something.
Blind women are crazy about me, and you guys are all just jealous haters.
That's what it is. That's all it is. Yep.
I was gonna say, like, blind women is less about their virtue and more about like you don't think you look good, and you're like, I want someone that doesn't see what I look like. You know, like that's just the vibe I get. Like, I just want someone.
Yeah,
that
World Radio. That's exactly it.
Right, like the Elephant Man probably finds a lot of virtue in blind
father
women,
would see it as predatory.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
didn't mean to
I
derail.
see the most virtue in the mute ones.
That's a good point.
Well, the mute pill was prescribed by Kat. She's only dating mute guys now. So.
Oh, that. Is she really stealing that? I definitely put that in the chat first.
I'm too fucking loud for that, I guess.
I'm pretty sure that she put it during the debate when it was the debate with Martae.
That was me in there.
Oh, you too? Okay, well, she stole that one, I guess. You guys are the.
Thanks for posting that, Dave.
I have a lot
Elmo,
of virtue
good to
because
see
I
you.
had
Appreciate
surgery
the
in my
engagement,
eyes.
buddy.
I'm partially blind in one eye, so I'm super virtuous. That's how I go. That's how I roll.
So in the last 3 years, my eyes have developed astigmatism. So I guess I'm on my way to virtue.
We all.
Yeah.
Thanks, B. Appreciate you guys. More than I can.
I gotta
tell you.
ask: if you take more and more sense data away, does that make you more and more virtuous? Like a dead person is the most virtuous if you take it to the logical extreme.
That sounds like anti-natalist propaganda to me.
Yes. I would say, Potato. That was a It's a great take when it comes to all of this. I've been way too involved in this to even. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm that annoyed by
Yeah,
it.
I think it's kind of run its course.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with you guys. So I wasn't actually really thinking about covering it. And somebody mentioned it, and I was like, nah, I don't know if I'm going to cover it. And they're like, yes, do it. Let's do it. And so I really delved into it, and I wanted to give him as much benefit of the doubt as I could. Again, I like the circle that we have. I like the people that are in it. I don't want anybody to feel like we're just ganging up on them or being an asshole to them. But if your take isn't good, it's not good, and people need to tell you why it's not good. And I'm trying to give him, it's that shit sandwich, right? You give a compliment and then the negative, and you give a compliment after the fact, right? Or whatever, that shit sandwich that they tell you in work, right? While you're a manager at work. So I was trying to do that, but he didn't give me the opportunity, I guess. But anyway, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I would like to jump out and just say, if anyone out there has open communication with Martae, like even me and him got into at one point in Coolvik's Discord,
Right.
But if anyone can reach out to him and just invite him back, because I'd love for him to join a panel and actually, rationally explain his side if he still thinks there's some merit to it, because I hate the idea of like a one-sided conversation,
Right. Well, and that's the other thing is when you guys said let's open up the panel, I wish he would have been here to come onto the panel and try to maybe explain, now that he's heard my side and my benefit of the doubt, that he would have been able to maybe explain it a little bit better. But then he dipped out of the Discord. He hasn't really been very active in the Discord, so it's not much of a skin off my back per se. But yeah, I would have liked to have had him on a panel, and I've invited him to panels and he hasn't joined them. So I'm not sure why he hasn't joined them, if he's just can't stay calm during the discussion debates or what. But I would have liked to have heard a little bit more about why he's so adamant about this being such a killer style, I guess.
Some people just can't take an L.
Well, and that's the thing, Kat. Yeah. Some people just can't take an L. And we all need to understand when to take an L. And that's part of the reason why I'm also covering it, is because I would like to help him understand that it's not that big of a deal. You're going to get roasted. It's going to happen. Mrs. D says, would you like him to join? Yeah, if he wants to join, he can join. I have no problem with him coming back. Just understand we're not ganging up on him. We're just trying to understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, I would actually really enjoy seeing the tool in action.
Right. Well, and that's the thing is the panel you went on, Kat, you were on there trying to ask him directly, and then he bailed right before you got on there.
Well, I won't say he specifically bailed. I'm not gonna
fair.
attack it that way. It's just he needed to leave, and then all the other idiots. I'm not gonna say that either. I'm not name calling today. All the other people came on there talking about irrelevant things, and I think that pushed him out even more. But I think he had kind of a soft out that he needed to leave, and the timing just wasn't right for me to talk to him.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say it was bad when people started making personal digs at him. Like, right at the very beginning of the open panel, somebody said, like your mom, like, don't bring your mom joke up about someone's dead mother. Like, he made a bad mistake basing off of that, but don't twist that knife. That's not making you any better.
Yep. Yeah. Like, that's why when I even mentioned it, I was trying to be as polite and as soft as I could about delivering it. But that was such a bad way to start that debate. You really need to understand you can't, like, hold that shit in, or don't wipe your fucking tears away until like 5 minutes into the debate, and then you just like kind of like don't, because that was, regardless of what he meant for it to be, it was an appeal to emotion. That's how the audience will see it every time.
Yeah, I think this is actually a perfect example of the men not expressing emotion argument for, why men need to be that kind of manly and stoic. Is like, he opened himself up to that as soon as he said that it was inspired by his dead mother. Like,
right.
You open the door wide open to that.
Right. And that's the biggest problem. So yeah, Mrs. D asks, if he does join, I just ask that zero dogpiling and personal attacks. And this is my panel, so I will do my best to keep that from happening, Mrs. D. As always, That's not who I am. So I will do my best to not let that happen. The panel that I was just covering, again, would never have flown on my channel. Frankly, I'm disappointed, but we'll just leave it at that. So yeah, if he does want to join, please let him know that I have respect for him. I don't have respect for this particular take, I guess, if you want to call it that. But I do have respect for him, and we'll try to keep that respect in tow. Leia says, I messaged him, but there's no guarantee if y'all jump on him, he definitely won't stick around. Well, yeah, again.
Okay, I will move on away for the panel because I'm a big meanie and I don't want to pretend that I'm gonna be here.
I was just about to say, I don't think anybody on this panel is gonna be that way.
How dare you, Emmett?
That's definitely at Emmett.
Big meanie. Okay, so I'm gonna.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
I already explained
total lack of self-control.
I already explained
Come
the
on,
three
man.
fallacies. I already explained the three fallacies and the extra fallacy in the rhetoric at the end. So just to say it one more time for people, it's just that there's no correlation between virtue and disability or blindness. There's no the dating market to a blind woman is not closed. You can date them. I don't see anybody saying, oh my god, that date no. I would say that it's even more open than the Indians.
I will not do anything to
weirded out that you date an Indian and the blind
break that
person.
trust.
And the third one is the presupposition that the man is supposed to be virtue. I don't see a reason to believe that that is the case. So I'm gonna go ahead and just let you guys continue. Thank you for having me on, Tato, and for allowing me. And
as always,
Nick Mini just gonna be in chat.
As always, you're welcome back. If you'd like to shout your channel out, you're welcome to before you go.
You can find me at Count Emmett in YouTube, and yeah, that's my channel. Thank you. Have a good
I
one.
appreciate you, Emmett.
Later, skater.
I would suggest, I don't know if, I don't know Martae, but it seems like maybe he might just need some time and then reach out to him. I don't know if, how fresh that wound is, and he did leave of his own accord, so.
Oh yeah, but I think he was afraid of being dogpiled, you know?
Yeah.
Right. Well, and again,
You send out an invitation, but,
yeah,
might want to try again later.
Right. Yeah, I'm not. We're all adults. If you don't want to come back to my Discord, that's on you, bro. I'm honestly just trying to build people up. Yeah, you're gonna have to take some shame, just like I take some shame every single day. Everybody takes shame. You just have to deal with it. So, if he wants to come back, we're not going to dogpile him. We're not going to personal attack. And again, if that does start happening, maybe I'll have to kick people off or mute you, which these 4 people on the panel, I have no doubt, are going to have any problem, right? So we're not going to have any problem, but...
I'm an asshole.
Yeah, right. I'm an asshole too.
I was gonna say, I can be bad, but I can make an oath to honorability that I won't this time, you know?
Right, exactly.
I'll totally switch it up. I'm going to interrupt everybody from now on, Potato. Just total opposite of my usual self. Just for you.
Right, yeah. I'll bet.
Yeah, if people dogpile him, I'll actually adopt the blind pill and join his side. That way the forces level out.
Right.
Ew.
Yeah, System Crash says, yeah, I hate to see him leave Discords. Nobody hates the guy. Yeah, exactly. Nobody hates the guy. The take is bad, but I have bad takes. People say, hey, that's a stupid take, and I go, oh, you're right. I'll remember that, or whatever kind of a thing, and I just take it in stride. You just got to take it in stride.
It's just so unserious.
Yeah, well,
it's the internet, right?
Go ahead.
Something good. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, if you do something good, like you paint the Mona Lisa by yourself for the first time, or something of equal ability, and you post on the internet, someone's gonna say that sucks. You know,
this is
it's the
I do
internet.
too.
People are even gonna do that, even if it's good. So you just have to kind of
stop punching
not look at it.
Basically. Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
everything I make is a Mona Lisa.
Right? Yeah. But yeah, Mrs. D just says, I just want to stop the infighting. I just want the infighting to stop. Leia says, amen, Mrs. D. What is in the water lately? Yeah, right. I don't know what the contention
Well, I
is
mean,
all about.
he would then in turn have to take some responsibility for the infighting that he's perpetuated as well.
I agree.
I wouldn't really even call it infighting, honestly, but yeah, just one person being criticized and being really sensitive about it.
Well, it's almost like a scrimmage, right? Like you play against your own team, but like you're trying to win, you're trying to beat the other team. The other team's trying to win and beat your team. Sometimes you're dirty with your friends or whatever, you know, and you do silly tactics and stuff, but you're all on the same team at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You're just playing on different sides for a moment.
The goal should be to improve your own arguments as much as possible. And to do that, you need critical feedback.
Exactly. If you don't get constructive criticism, if you're just in an echo chamber, if you're just constantly being told, oh, that's an amazing idea, keep up with that, and it doesn't work quite right, all they're doing is being nice, not being kind. And we need to stop being nice and start being kind to people and telling them how it is. And this is what I'm trying to do, is just trying to help tell him how it is, not to be a dick about it, but I just want him to understand wiping your eye right after an intro to a debate doesn't look good. If you don't need to wipe your eye, if your eye itches, save it. If you're not crying, don't wipe your eye. If you are crying, why are you crying like a man? Or like not like a man? You are a man. He's a big dude.
Well, I would even give nuance to it that the virtue might be more on the other person than the blind person, right? So like, and it's obviously case by case, but like if you meet someone and they're 22 years old and they're like, yeah, the last 10 people I've gone on dates with have been blind, you would start thinking that's predatory. But when you meet a 60-year-old man and he's like, yeah, my wife and I have been married for 50 years, she's been blind since birth, XYZ.
Did you cut out? Still with me? I don't think so.
I think we
I'm
might
so
have.
sorry.
There we
Yeah, driving and I gotta watch out for cops.
Oh my God. Yeah, drive careful, please.
Yeah, right and dirty, huh?
Text, but they're real pricks in my area, or you know what I mean.
Right. Just be careful. Drive careful.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but my point is that like if you meet someone that's been married for 40 years to the same woman and she's blind, you would think, oh wow, that man has a lot of integrity and honor. That's you have to have quite a lot of value in yourself and them to keep on with that relationship. And you would say that is virtuous on both sides. But that's just because they had a long-lasting, well-thought-out relationship. Being blind makes it a bit more challenging, but I wouldn't say it adds inherent value, But there is a point to be made that, if you see someone married to a blind woman, you would say, oh, yeah, that's a strong couple.
Sure. I mean, again, if you meet a woman that's blind and you fall in love with her and someone has an issue with that, then yes, that's an issue. You can have your preferences, and if your preference is in a virtuous woman that so happens to be blind, that's fine. But to have a want for a blind person specifically because you're going to be their superhero, or specifically because they're going to have to be dependent on you and you don't have to worry about them going out to the club and cheating on you, those are not things to be looking for in a partner. That is not, like, I think AVG says if it doesn't work out, then she's going to feel preyed upon, and you don't want that. So you don't even want to put it into the minds of the young people out there that this is the way to be. Whether you say it's a prescription or not, because you call it a pill, and because you say all of these wonderful things about the virtuousness of blind women, young men, especially impressionable young men, are going to go, that makes a lot of sense. I can manipulate them easier. I can work them over easier. I can be their superhero easier and control them easier. And that is predatory. Yeah, Barn says, no, yeah, nobody had a problem with people dating blind people. It's the idea of dating blind people because they are more virtuous. That's the thing is, again, if you go to the virtue pill or the virtue bias theory or something, again, get away from the pill. Don't label it a pill. We have too many pills in our society. Label it something else. Theory, concept, whatever. Don't call it a prescription because then it's just as close to a pill.
I think it's a bit shallow. Sorry, I think it's a bit shallow to even say that you have to open the dating market to blind women. Like, were they not in there for you before? Like,
right?
What's that thought process? Like,
well, yeah, because they're like defective, right?
No, I think that's not a great take because as you get older, you realize, you know, your sexual market value, as Molyneux loves to put it, decreases all the time, and your value and what you have available to you is not necessarily.
Well, no, that's exactly what I'm saying, Voshmet. That's exactly what I'm saying, Voshmet. Like, is that not a bit shallow to say that, well, they weren't in my dating market before, but here's my last ditch effort to find one. So yeah, I'll settle for a blonde woman.
Right. That's just it.
You might be right.
Not sure how long you guys have me for. I'm trying to have a nap because I've spent all day at church and choir practice and only got like 5 hours of sleep last night. So, but I did want to speak on this. Thank you, by the way, for reviewing this, Tater. Obviously, I think it's great exposure. I personally think this debate was entertaining as heck. I had a lot of fun with it, and I think it's very meme worthy. And I want to see more memes. Where are my memes?
Yeah, I really wish I would have been able to review the actual debate. AVG, we kind of jumped through it and then kind of went into the after panel because people wanted to. But like I was mentioning to them, you had a really good rhetoric behind you. That was the thing that I think really put you over the top of Martae. Not just the fact that it was an interesting take from Martae in the first place, but your rhetoric, right? The fact that you were able to make light of the situation and still hold your composure, I think is what actually really set you apart. And so I just wanted to, I do want to give you props for that. It was an entertaining debate because of that as well. So.
Thank you. Well, I was told that the theatrics were so bad that they rivaled Love Beautifully by my opponent. And to that I say, wow, I would like to thank all of the people that have pissed me off during debates. I never really thought that I could be more theatrical than Love Beautifully and her type in general, but I've done it, guys. I'd like to just put myself forward for the Oscar nominee in the debating category, and I'd appreciate your votes. Please submit them now. I will get $0 from it, but it will be great street cred. Thank you so much.
You're such a feminist, AVG.
You're such a feminist.
Oh, well, the thing is like
position.
You're falling into a trap just by questioning whether or not I'm a feminist. So,
it's a trap.
It's a trap. You fell in. Congratulations. You're a male feminist. Can you tell your audience what it feels like to be declared a male feminist?
Yeah, well, I'm not a male feminist, so
I have.
You already fell into the trap. We have to ignore all laws.
You're in the trap.
I have a mangina, if that counts.
All right, old Greg.
Step Brothers comes to mind. Brennan has a mangina. Brennan has a mangina. Remembers that amazing movie? Come on.
Yeah, and Bard Diesel in the chat says also the fact that she tried to stay on prompt was a big plus in comparison as well. So yeah, another positive highlight there, AVG.
Thank you. I got a lot of hate for that, like not in like the negative sense, but people were like, why didn't you just call off the debate? He wasn't there to debate in good faith, right? He switched it from what he had presented on May 31st to like back to the rhetorical tool that he apparently advanced on Ruelas. I haven't seen that full video, so I have no benefit of knowing exactly that's what he did, but I'm just going to be good faith and I'm going to assume that's what he did in that discussion with Rollo, right?
Right.
And people are saying you should have called off the debate then and there, but there's no way I was missing this opportunity. Come on.
Well, so it's like I told Martae while he was still in the chat.
Oh, he came? Oh,
Yeah,
wow. I'm surprised he actually came to the chat.
Yeah, he was in the chat, and unfortunately, he left my Discord after. And I was trying to be as polite to him as possible. Like I'm assuming he didn't see Dark Side Deaconess's take on this because she was brutal with it. I was actually very polite about it, and he apparently got butthurt. I just told him not to take the emotional appeal in the intro like he did. And he assumed that I was saying that was a fake emotional appeal. I never said that it was fake. So that is, why are you getting defensive if you have no reason to get defensive? So that's, whatever. But long story short, I do want him to understand that we're trying to help his debate style. Whether he goes on to utilize these takes or not is his choice. But I would rather him not get demolished like he did again and again and again by people that are outside of our circle. Inside of our circle, it's, it's neither here nor there. But like I mentioned to him, the debate prompt was wrong for him. It was beautiful. Landslide for you. But the prompt should have been re-examined by him so that it would have been the blind pill is a net positive for men in debates, or get the fuck away from the pill in general and call it what it is. A preferences biased theory is a net benefit in a debate tactic or something along those lines. So you could have been debating an actual debate, not whatever that was.
I've never seen a debate about a debate strategy.
Exactly.
Before. That was the first time.
Exactly.
Good point. Isn't that curious?
If it was worded some way that it was like, what does it say about our society that if you date a blind woman, people might automatically see it as predatory over virtuous? I do see there's some merit to like discussing that, but yeah, the debate tactic being debated is a bit odd.
Yeah, I had the same thought as you the whole time I was watching. I was like, wait a second, dude. We're just saying anybody now, basically, who dates people who might have a disability. We're just assuming predatory means now behind it. That's kind of crazy. In my opinion, I thought that was kind of crazy, but
you got to separate the idea. Like, it was presented in a kind of like dual fashion,
Kyle,
right?
I agree with that.
He presented it in two ways during the debate. First, he said it's a rhetorical tool that's utilized to expose feminists, but then he also said, well, let's follow that to its natural conclusion, right? What's wrong with dating a blind woman, right? And then we went into the actual dating recommendation portion of the blind pill. I never said, I want to clarify, I've said this until I'm blue in the face. I never said Martae was predatory. I said that if you want to go for a blind woman exclusively because she's blind and for no other factor whatsoever, right? That is not only unnatural in that it's not based upon any kind of biological imperative, because we all know that men are physically attracted first, right?
Correct.
But it would also be you being attracted to a power dynamic as opposed to a physical or other characteristic.
Right.
That's not a healthy attachment style. I don't have a psychology degree, but from what I understand, it's not a healthy attachment style.
No, it's
not something that any sane person would find desirable in a reproductive mate, right? That's what the dating process is.
Right.
Men want to spread their seed, right?
Right.
And I would say on top of that, he did at one point say something tantamount to you would be her window or you're her guide to the world.
Right.
And it's like, okay, that is positional. That's a positional, not a relational statement.
Correct. Yeah.
I do have
And
to ask,
often
though,
older
like,
men say that about dating younger women. So are we saying that that's also predatory?
So younger, there's a biological
younger
imperative.
isn't qualified as like a blind and not blind. I mean, while there are gradations, the disability is quite different than if they're older or younger, because you don't age out of blindness. Number one,
exactly.
Typically.
The other component too.
What about like a
just a
short
second?
person? Sorry.
I'll make it quick. The other thing is there's a biological and reproductive reason for men to date younger women, and that's because they're more fertile, right? They typically are more beautiful. They have like usually less baggage, right? If we're talking about like emotional issues and past relationships, and typically lower body counts, although that doesn't seem to be common, unfortunately, in Gen Z women. But sorry, Max, go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just had a question though, because if you took this to a, rather than taking it to the extreme, but to a lesser value, and you said, what about people that say, I like women with large rears, or I prefer my women to be short? Couldn't you say in that same sense that that's predatory too? Because that's nothing to do with you know what I mean? I don't see much on the conversation about that being biological. It's not really something you grow out of. So it's kind of on the same merit as blind, just a much
does a big ass make somebody more
transactional.
does having a big ass make someone more apt to be preyed upon? Does it make
just a second? No, this all relates to reproductive and biological imperatives. A large butt or a large buttocks means that a woman has adequate fat stores. It likely means that she's healthy. She probably also has wider hips, right? Those are good for childbearing. In terms of her being shorter, men generally prefer a mate that is of a more feminine height, right? Shortness and petiteness in women is a feminine quality that men find attractive, right? For reproduction purposes.
Right, and likewise, women find taller men attractive, so it's a complementary design.
Exactly.
Speak for yourself, honey. I like muscle mommies.
We would call you a fuffa freak. You're the outlier, sir.
Are you at the front row of WNBA games?
Slap hands, slap hands.
You're like the one guy with like face paint for your team. Woo!
Let's go, Bertha! Kick his ass!
So is there anything that we would say is on the same level of this as blindness or like any disability in general? Like, would you say like a lower IQ, like someone that's 90 IQ might be way less intelligent than someone that's 120 IQ, but you wouldn't say that they are mentally incapable or incompetent, right? It's just they're not as smart, and so mentally you have a power position, right? So would that fall into that?
JS Urban Adventures actually kind of brought up that half jokingly in terms of like, I'm on the Downs pill. I mean, he went pretty dark with it, but it was just like, if you're going to take it to that extreme, there is a line, and maybe you don't know exactly where that line is crossed, but there is a line in terms of when it becomes transactional or exploitative by its very nature, or at least you could be extremely justified in being suspect of it.
It has to create the kind of power imbalance that would be equivalent to like a visually impaired person, right? And a fully sighted individual being in a relationship. It has to strike the same balance. Could it be IQ based? Absolutely. Right? If there's enough of a differential wherein that person literally depends on the other individual to help them with daily tasks, and logic, sure, right? I'll grant that. But we have to keep it contextual, right?
On the disability side, then, sorry, I just got to ask then, because it seems like this wouldn't fall into it, but Stephen Hawking, right? Quite an intelligent fellow, very disabled, but also very wealthy. Would you say that anyone that chooses him, you know, has any kind of predatory inkling in that? Because, like, yeah, they could physically be taking advantage of them. They could be using coercion, but he's got wealth and money, and that would intelligence, and that would kind of like help balance it out, right? Like a blind person may still be intelligent enough to know when they're being predated on.
No, so somebody would need to fall in love with Stephen Hawking. This is the other dilemma, is like when somebody's super famous and people know a lot about them, it does become difficult to judge true intentions from false ones. This is something that many celebrities will commonly tell you about. Like, it's impossible to date somebody who's not a celebrity. And I think even in a smaller section, streamers, right? Very difficult to date somebody who's not a streamer. They have to be fine with that, and everybody knows everything about you. So eliminating like an ulterior motive kind of becomes even more difficult. But yeah, if somebody dated Stephen Hawking, I would think that they had one. Especially if it was a woman, a really good-looking, you know, like younger woman, she probably wants his money and to just wait until she can collect the checks. Like it's an unfortunate presumption, but
I think it would be difficult for him to rule that out, and it would be difficult for me as a third party just viewing that to rule it out.
I got a scenario here. Who said they were into muscle mommies?
That was Joker.
All right. Check this out. Dream girl, totally jacked, right? Bodybuilder, but she has
Oozing,
no hands.
dripping. Oh, even better.
Why is it better?
Is there
Good to see you,
is there a
Marcelery. Thank you very much for the
question
engagement.
Why is
It has been a stream.
I'm sorry, that was just funny.
This is a bit, right? No, I'm kidding.
Absolutely is. Absolutely.
That's
okay. Is this the American version of Vanta? Does anybody know who Vanta is around here?
Fanta Black?
No. Yeah. Yeah, the guy
Of
who
course
used to
I
show
do.
up on Terry. Yeah, yeah. I know you do. I don't know about everybody else. I think
I know
Farmer Cat
Vanta.
probably does too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think Joker and Vanta should have a conference.
I would love that.
Oh my gosh.
To go back to his
I would
thing,
not.
that's the thing that's crazy about it is it seems to be like on Snapchat, social medias and stuff like that. I'm seeing actual stories and content promoting like disabled people into the dating life and trying to make it normalized for people to date them. And I'm like, there's nothing wrong with that, but it also does lead to the everyone's natural inclination of why aren't you going for someone who, you know, is more in your league.
Here's a
I won't be long.
thought experiment.
Probably
Okay.
much longer. I'll probably be wrapping up before long.
I
Sorry,
actually
guys.
have to make my exit. Thanks for having me on, Tater. See y'all later.
Yeah,
Bye.
no problem. Appreciate you, Kat. Do you want to shout your channel out or anything before you go?
No, I don't have a channel. Bye.
Bye. Fine. It's good
She
to have
did.
you. Appreciate you.
Channel. Yeah,
wait.
let me break it down if I might. Or
Go ahead.
sorry, did you want to say something?
No, you go ahead. I was just gonna say, wait, Kat doesn't have a channel. What happened? Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
I think I disgusted her with my love of muscle mommies.
I'm still pretty grossed out. I've got the ick. Like, I've got a hard ick. I don't know if I'm gonna ever be able to get over it, but I guess I'll have to for the purposes of this conversation. All right, moving forward. Moving forward. Yeah. So what was proposed was
You're welcome to jump
basically
on,
like
Bandit.
Online posts saying should date blind
I should be getting
people, like people
going
with
before long,
disabilities,
actually.
or
But
Well, even
relationship
worse than
material
blind,
too.
like full on, like wheelchair has to have like someone type for them and feed them and stuff. It was a mixture. It was a mixture of like different disabilities that they were like promoting, and
I appreciate you more, Celery.
Yeah.
Let's put it this way: it's not natural to find that stuff attractive over the contrary.
No, I 100% agree with all the points here.
And wasn't the premise of that to like just try and say that it's not like disabled people are they're lovable
Loving.
too?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, not like go for them because there'll be a dynamic where you're the hero and all they're concerned about is getting from point A to point B, not knocking their knees. They don't care about complex things, right?
No, yeah.
I
Okay.
do have to ask though, like some things that are virtuous can also feel predatory, right? Like I, as a man of God, will tell my sons to look for a woman that is still chaste, and I will tell my daughter to stay chaste, right? So, like, I totally understand that being virtuous, but on the same side, people take that and make it predatory. So sometimes virtuous things can even be turned contrarily onto the predatory side rather than staying virtuous, right? And so it really does base on intentions and malice and forethought, right?
Well, let's talk about that. What about staying chaste necessarily would mean that a woman would be overly dependent on men, or that it would create a power dynamic? Like, isn't the natural inclination for men to want chaste women and for women to want to be chaste for their future husband?
So it would be based on kind of like the metrics that we have, which is that most people after the age of 18 are no longer chaste. I think it's like 85% of Gen Alpha or whatever are not chaste after 18, which is
Is
terrifying,
that a
right?
perversion, though, of the natural order of things, or is that the natural order of things?
Well, that's what I was saying. People taking something that's virtuous and making it predatory, right? So, like,
No, I'm
because of this
talking about
perversion.
No, you're confusing something. I'm talking about the act, right, of the woman remaining chaste and the man preferring a chaste woman. Just because that's been perverted in modernity does not mean that it's not the natural state of things.
You're right.
Right. I
Hey,
agree.
Darkside, it's good to see you.
Right.
Appreciate
Yeah, I mean, you can be
engagement.
predatory towards a fully abled normal person. The question is, are you seeing a disadvantage that somebody else has as an opportunity to make predation easier?
Correct. A chaste woman is not a disadvantage. A chaste woman is a valuable woman, a woman whose, her worth is greater than gold. She's a Proverbs 31 woman, as far as I'm concerned, in part.
No, I completely agree with that. I was just going from like not the is. I was going more on the is side, like because we have this perversion of God's nature, and because of this society, now men have taken something that is virtuous and turned it predatory. And I was just pointing out that we've seen the opposite of what we're kind of arguing with the blind pill, right?
So here's the difference, right? Being visually impaired is not a natural state or something, again, that's desirable in a reproductive mate, whereas a chaste woman is. And it doesn't create the same power dynamic or imbalance that a visually impaired woman dating a fully visually competent man would, right? It's a false correlative. I understand where you're going with this, but I really don't think it strikes the parallel that you think it does.
Oh no, I completely agree with that. That if you do nothing, no, I do see where I was getting. It was a bad category error, I guess you would say, because I do see where you're going with the fact that chasteness is just the natural way. If you do nothing, you will be chaste. Whereas the average person, if they do nothing, they're not going to be blind, right? So it's like an outlier versus the majority.
Correct. It's an anomaly. It's not a naturally occurring instance.
Yeah, I think we've actually buckled down the whole pill theory on this, really, with all these different examples, and you guys and Rex all getting into that panel last time, and then what I've heard so far, you can almost deconstruct any of these pill movements, right, to whether or not what's the intention. Are you trying to have a power imbalance that's for the purpose of, having an advantage?
I don't think.
Right. I mean, the pill movement, a lot of it just sounds like life hacks. Remember the term life hacks, where it's just like, all you got to do is this program and then life will wind up in your favor. And it's not, or at least it'll be better than like getting screwed over by some nefarious system out there like feminism, whatever. And I think that it just sounds like a self-help for man with like, some Axe body spray thrown on top of it.
No, it's a data packet, right? And Martae committed a category error when he claimed the blind pill was still a pill, but something else. The way that I see the blind pill effectively, like in terms of like how he's utilized it, is there isn't the same values with red pill, but it bears some of the same markings. For instance, red pill as a data packet doesn't always prove successful. It doesn't always apply to every situation. The black pill, for instance, right? Some people think they're irredeemable, but we know this is not true. For instance, there's plenty of women that weigh over 300 pounds that a man will date. Okay, so that's just proving the black pill wrong in and of itself by simply occurring, right?
Right, yeah, it's like when people say, oh, well, women are floozies, and it's like, well, men are having to sleep with them for that. But then at the same time, like, you won't be able to change that because how are you going to get the man that is sleeping with 15 girls a year or whatever to stop it when that's all he cares about? So it's like one of those things that you're just kind of stuck with,
Mm-hmm. I concur.
Did anybody cover what he said when I tried to clarify what he was saying? Because I just remember there was this huge verbal disconnect between what people's objections were and how he was trying to counter them. And so what it came down to between me and him was that he was saying, let's see if I can even remember. He was saying that he was using this example to show feminists that they are judgmental in men no matter what decisions they make and who they pursue and date, and that there could be good reasons for dating a blind woman. Therefore, feminists should not be judgmental based on the mate selection that men have. And I'm trying to tell him, it's like, even if that was your point, that could be boiled down to don't be judgmental. instead of this huge convoluted loop-de-loop that we've been going around and around about, some false dichotomy and false trap. Did anybody engage with that particular point that he made, or no?
No, he wouldn't engage on that. Did you guys?
Oh no, I mean today during the panel review, did anybody? Because that's like the strongest version of anything he said that night. Because that's at least reasonable. It's kind of milquetoast, but it's at least reasonable.
Right.
No, he was just in the chat, so he didn't. I don't know. He might have. I guess anybody in the chat might be able to tell me. I wasn't able to keep track of everything that was said in the chat. But yeah, I don't think he addressed that or anything like that.
I think that was the most salient thing he said. Go ahead. Sorry, man.
I was just going to tell you in the chat because that's where I was at for most of this. But it's just a lot of assertions without the arguments to back it up. And that's the issue, is like when you're trying to speak to him about this, he just asserts, you're not understanding it's not a prescription, or you're not understanding that I'm not giving some sort of actual pill. It's actually a debate rhetoric, right? And you would say, well, that's not true. You're using this. And he would just say, you're not understanding, right? And he just keeps reasserting that. So we just didn't get beyond the surface level of him denying that we were claiming it's a prescription, which I think we all agree kind of it is.
Sure. It's just that the only thing that would make sense for him saying it's not a prescription is if it was exactly what I said it was, which was just him throwing a hypothetical in their face as sort of maybe a confusion tactic to say, hey, look, isn't it possible to like a woman for the right reasons, even though on the outside it might look predatory, but it's actually not? That's probably the strongest version of what he was trying to do. And again, he did not present it well at all. It was clear as mud. It was absolutely like what I got out of him was completely indecipherable from what he got out of himself, what he was able to articulate. And that's, so that him claiming that it's not a prescription would only make sense if all he's doing is saying, don't judge people's mate selection.
So I have two responses. One, it actually took you twice explaining that for me to understand your point. So this is how muddy water it is to even speak of as a topic, right? Because it's just like everyone else all has these preconceived or preconceptions of it already, with when you just say the blind pill and it's this, right? And then secondly, and I don't want to go ad hominem, so I do want to say this, like, I mean this good faith, but I feel like this is where people maybe have like given him, where he's got a lot of anecdotal evidence that people either judged his dad or said things about his dad because his mom was blind, and he's like, hey, people are not seeing the virtue in it, they're just seeing the predatory side, and I disagree with that. And I completely would be understanding if that's his perspective, right? It's like, I've seen my entire life growing up in school, people would call my dad a predator when he was actually a really virtuous, righteous man. I would feel the need to defend it and try and come up with a rhetorical device. Yeah, like you said, it's not worded the best way.
Just to say something on that. I mean, I've never asserted that about his father. I have no idea how his parents met. I think that would be ignorant and downright like rude and awful for me to assume that there was some kind of, desired power dynamic that his father was looking for. From what I assume, I'll just assume that they had a beautiful relationship and they met completely organically and loved each other very deeply, and it was nothing to do with a power dynamic being sought. And that's going to be my position. I will not assume anything about that. I think that's wrong to do so.
Oh, yeah, no, I was not asserting that about you, or even when he was on the Rollo podcast or whatever it is. But it was just more like, kids are mean, kids are assholes, and kids will say bad shit, right? That's more, I don't think you would actually think like that. I would hope no adult thinks like that, but that maybe even be something that he's dealt with. But I would see the need to defend it if you've seen the side where he's like trying to reject, right? The predatory side, which I completely agree with.
And nor do I think Martae would pursue a blind chick exclusively for this power dynamic. I think this is all just, his argument. I think it's a bad argument. I think it fails several capacities. For one, there's no direct correlation that can be established between a woman being blind and virtue. That's a primary issue I have with it. The secondary issue is that there's no going to be even a guarantee that she's going to be fully dependent on you. For instance, there might be a blind woman that is like a tech genius and she barely even needs your help, right?
Right.
So
I've seen a lot of functional blind people who
have
daily lives, live daily jobs, and do all the stuff. I mean, I know that they have the technology to somehow figure out for them to drive. I've seen that. Like, I know it's not very common, but yeah, there's things that they can do that we assume that, you know, they're just this person who can't live this normal life, and that's not true at all.
Yeah, so it's fallacious. But like, yeah, I think this for him, I think it was just kind of like it's rage bait. That's why I asked him repeatedly. I said, "Is this just rage bait for feminists?" And like, if so, is there a better way to do this without making Orthodox Christians and the right look like scumbags who seek out disabled women? Like, and if so, can we use that method instead of this one? Can we do that? That's my only point. I'm not trying to, like, you know, crush a guy. I'm not trying to kick him while he's down. I'm not trying to, you know, make him look like shit. I'm not trying to paint him as a predator, and I'm not offended by the blind pill. I think it's a stupid rage bait tactic that we should leave at the door, but at the end of the day, he's
Agreed.
the only one that can make that executive decision.
Right.
So
Right. You're trying to do counter PR for what could be bad PR for the Orthodox Church.
it looks bad. I've talked to Orthodox people about it. They all think it looks shitty.
Of course.
Yeah, I was in the chat talking about that. I was like, as an Orthodox person, that's just a catechumen, so I'm not a debate bro that's going to debate you on it. But I don't think he represents us very well when he's claiming this and then saying this. Because, like, even when I come on the panels, if I talk about anything theologically, I say, I am Orthodox, but I am speaking from my own understanding and position, right? So, like, I try and make it very heavily emphasized that do not take what I'm saying as, like, dogmatic, right? You know? And you just got to be careful about that, because otherwise people will just hear it, they'll label you as that, they'll go, oh, he's an Orthodox bodybuilding debater, right? Which is how people were claiming to see it, as far as what I could tell in the chat.
Well, definitely don't mention it, like, in your, like, explaining of the tool, right? Like, for instance, your name is Heaven Max. I'm assuming that you're familiar with Avarice's Heaven Max.
I can understand that more, Celery.
Would you ever
fair.
say, like, I'm an Orthodox Christian, like, this is supported, like, if I was Orthodox and I believed in, you know, the sanctification of the unborn child's life, I would just, you know, abort all of the children because Heaven Max and baby, you know?
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, I say to everybody, I take everything I say as a grain of salt, right? Because my name is absolutely that, right? To start a conversation a lot of times. And it's good, but yeah, it's a funny argument that Avarice started.
Yeah. I also do want to pop in real quick and just put it back out there that we are not bad-mouthing Martae as the person. Nope. We are just discussing his debate rhetoric and the debate that he had with AVG. We have a lot of respect for Martae. We do understand that he's trying his best in this hellscape that we all find ourselves in on the internet. It's nothing against Martae, but you cannot do certain rhetoric and certain appeals. They are fallacies, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it to help him, as well as anybody that may see this debate tactic and think that it's a good debate tactic. How to better approach this tactic, I guess, is basically what it boils down to. I just wanted to put that out there because More Celery wanted to make sure that we weren't bad-mouthing Martae, which I understand. And coming in after the debate review, it might look like we're just talking about a specific person individually. So I wanted to give the shout out to More Celery for pointing that out, and I also wanted to just put that out there. I know that Martae is in a bad place right now. He's not going to rejoin the open panel so that we can try to talk and understand this. Hopefully things will blow over and we can get him back into the community. We can understand where he's coming from, because again, we need as many good debaters. We need as many logical thinkers, good logical thinkers as we can in the space, so that we actually start to push back on this bullshit. But yeah, like I said, I just wanted to put that out there. We're not talking bad about anybody.
Well,
go ahead, Bandit.
If I could air some grievance, because my issue with the whole blind pill has nothing to do with the actual substance of the blind pill. I was there in the stream when was Bud Light talent having to ask him, "Would you date a blind chick?" And he laid it out as though it was a thing that he actually believed,
right?
You know, and then come to find out when he's there was a conversation on the back end for setting up the debate, and he agreed to the prompt of, "Is the blind pill good for men?" And then spent no time actually debating that. This is something I'm going to get to later, but this was the one thing that I came on to the after panel chat to discuss, because I felt that he had lost
I don't know,
the
between
debate
me and more celery
outright, because he spent all that time
But I like potatoes
debating
better, yeah.
what it was and not whether or not it was good for men. But it was one of those things that I missed the first half of it because Vic was streaming and I was catching that, and then when I came in, I'm like, well, wait, why are they discussing if it's a tool or not? I thought this was something that he actually believed. And then when I go back and look at it, I find out that it's one of those things that he's been working on this as an idea long before this random chatter came in and put this random question before him. And so it draws into question whether or not I can trust that what he's putting forth, one, is an idea that he actually believes, and two, is he working with people? The Bud Light talent guy, was that a random troll, or was that someone that he was working with to set him up, to lay out this idea, to set up a debate, to have this whole conversation? And then on the flip side of it, it's one of those things that he laid out in the debate. The purpose of this air quotes tool is, if you have any kind of issue with it, that you're automatically a feminist. But everyone that hasn't had an issue with it thinks that it's perfect. You have a dichotomy there where he's basically surrounded himself with yes men. If they agree with it and say that it's perfect. If they have any kind of issue with it, they're feminists.
Yeah.
And I actually want to jump in and just say, because I want to give him more credence, like Hater was saying, which is nobody's dogging on him. It's the argument. Because I will say, I've seen him in a few other debates, and he holds his ground, and he can stand in deep waters and do just fine. Yeah. I've seen him debate really well with good content. I just think this is making a mountain out of a molehill, and it's more his just unacknowledgement that it may not be a good topic.
And maybe I'm going rambling on and on. Y'all tell me if I'm rambling, but it's one of those things that, as a regular,
I appreciate that, Dark Side
viewer,
I might need
that
to
has
try
supported
to find
him.
that.
It's one of those things
Appreciate
that
it.
I'm one of the people that have thrown out the money to make sure that he gets his when he does the fast food thing, to make sure. Yeah, that he gets to show his special videos that he put together. I had thrown those out there, and it's one of those things that I came in there into the after panel chat just to say that, dude, regardless of the whole idea of the blind pill, it was one of those things that in this debate, you took an L because you spent all this time trying to define what the hell the blind pill was, and spent zero time trying to argue whether or not it was good for men, which was the prompt of the debate. In the aftermath of it, I'm getting lumped in. I feel that I'll take the L if everyone wants to
if you
throw
have
that L
Dark
at me,
Side's
but I feel like I'm getting
channel,
lumped in
please drop it in
with
the
friggin'
chat if you would, please.
Dusty and Trippy, because I just
Hey,
happened
good to
to
see
be
you,
there
Tyler.
and had
Appreciate
any
you.
kind of criticism for him. And AVG caught strays because the idea is predatory, that she was getting claimed as saying that she was claiming that he is a predator when she's just saying these ideas are predatory.
Or lead to predatory outcomes.
Yeah.
At the very least.
It's one of those things that, like, it's a Sarah Tomato issue. Like, it's fucking, like, if he had just taken the L and we had just all moved on, we wouldn't be talking about this right now. But he's gone so far to not being able to be like, yeah, I need to work on this, yeah, this, what have you, that we're all, that it's causing a divide in the frigging community. I mean, he's removed himself from your Discord.
Yep.
I mean, when you say it's a Sarah Tomato moment, I really hope you don't mean he's going to post naked pictures in a hoodie.
No, I think he means like there's been coke streams about it and like the.
No, yeah, I know.
Anybody who's like,
I'm not.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I don't think there's even merch for him to do that with.
Can you produce merch? Martae, are you listening? Can you produce merch from this and make us all laugh again? I just want to laugh, sir. I don't.
Well, are you saying that he has made a dividing line between himself and others going forward over this?
Thanks for dropping that.
Like he's not among the general circles anymore. Is that what we're saying?
Well, today he's separated himself from Potato because Potato happened to make a comment. So Martae made sure to reference that
I appreciate
his
you, Tyler.
mother was the inspiration
I
of
do,
this.
buddy.
So that opens the door for if there's any kind of criticism of this, that his mother can be included. Now, I'm not saying that opens the door for saying that, the most vile crap there is out there, but what I'm saying is, if someone says anything about his mother, he cannot clutch his pearls because he opened that door.
Right.
He made it personal.
Yeah, you're not saying people should be attacking him for it, or attacking his mother for it, but he made it possible in the first place.
Right.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
The Orthodox thing that got up in the after panel where like Cool Vic reviewed that, and he just skipped ahead to that part, so it just looks like I'm questioning a baptized Orthodox brother on his faith, which is horrible as a look. But I was asking about it because it relates to the debate. He positioned it as something that also makes sense within Orthodoxy because blind women are inherently more difficult to date. It's like a sacrifice, so it brings you closer to theosis.
But you wouldn't say that all this threatens his profession of orthodoxy, or do you?
No, absolutely. I cannot make that call. Absolutely not. And I've even stated this before. I said because there's people that have like said, "Oh, is he going against his his teachings of the church?" And I said, absolutely, it's not our point to question him on that, and that's completely up to his spiritual father if that ever gets brought up. And please do not contact, because there's trolls out there that will try and find this information and contact or harass his priest. Please do not do that, please. That is like just complete low level evil person behavior. Let Martae figure out where this fits. Maybe, like I said, it's just rage bait and he actually doesn't believe any of this crap. I truly hope that is true. But if you believe something else, don't take matters into your own hands. Let Martae figure this out. Like, it's his path with God. It's not ours. We don't have any say in this. I don't think he's a bad Orthodox Christian because of this. I just think it's a crappy debate tactic. And I appreciate if it wasn't used, but I don't have any kind of say on that. And if he wants to use it, he can do so at his own peril. It's not going to affect me, but I thought this was a really bad showing.
It gets real dicey too when you involve personal information of your life into the actual argument, because then it takes it away from any disinterest or dispassionate position you might otherwise want to hold if you want to have a
Thank you,
clean
Crusader, for
intellectual
dropping those
discussion.
links. If you're in the chat, please check those links
because
out.
The
Give
whole
them all some
idea
love,
is
please.
it being a trap, right? We all agree on that?
Yeah, it's bad faith.
Yes.
So AVG, I just want to say
it's one of those things that it draws into question if anyone brings in a personal I'm not talking about Dusty and all that shit that they talk about.
Up in the right
but
corner.
I'm talking about what we would all agree is legitimate personal criticisms that he introduced, is one of those things that it brings in the question, is that a trap? Because you've set up the circumstances for people to call you on things within orthodoxy.
Thank you for dropping
and
that,
all that kind of
Mr.
stuff.
B.
And then when people do,
Leia has her own channel. Go
you're
check that out
clutching
too.
your pearls and claiming they're attacking me because of my faith or because of this. And it's like, no, you open the door. You set that up. You claim this is a trap, and you are in your own trap.
But AVG, I just wanted to say two things real quick. One of them
Can I
was
respond
just
to Bandit first, or do you have to like go?
Sorry. Yeah, you're good. I have to go in a minute, but you're fine.
Yeah, I don't want to gloss over what he said. So two things, Bandit. Number one, yeah, I mean, from a completely secular shitbag blood sports debate perspective, anything you bring up in a debate is grounds to go after it. But from a moral orthodox perspective, I mean, I wouldn't attack somebody's kids. I wouldn't attack their family and whatnot. But yeah, the entire premise is fallacious, right? It assumes that if you even dare to ask any kind of question about it, you immediately are falling within the category, right? So this on its face is bad faith. It's infallible in terms of how it's set up, and it's done so in a biased manner. We call this a definist fallacy. I brought this up during my opening statement. You guys can look it up. It's basically premising something in a way that is biased towards your opponent that's impossible for them to get out of. Heaven Max, sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. I didn't mean to gloss over it either, because that is quite important, especially when you're talking about in the content of that type of debate. Anything you say is fair game, which is a good point. But I was going to say that I watched it from the half point onwards, because that's when I joined the live. And when I heard you bringing up like when's the last time you went to liturgy or anything, I was like, ooh, these are a bit of low blows. But then I watched it again from the beginning, and I was like, oh no, that was fair grounds. That was fair game, right? Like, because he's making a specific sense of like, this is directly influencing this position, right? So
doesn't make me feel any better.
Yeah,
about
Darkseid, and he couldn't fill those holes. That was the problem. Is if he had holes, but he could fill them, that's different.
Martae, the ground was open for me to do that, but
fair enough, Farmer
I don't
Cat.
feel good about it.
I'll
and in
leave
fact,
you
I'm worried
alone
about
on
it.
the channel.
So,
right, yeah, and I wasn't
What kind of shitty-
like committing to you or anything, because I'd be very similar in that position. So I was just saying, like, you had definitely grounds for it, but like watching it from the half point onwards, it's definitely an optics thing at that point almost, right? Like, how much of it did you see, which is really interesting as well. And then I was just going to tell everyone that I got to get going, but thank you all. I love listening to all of you guys, and I hope to see you guys debate more. Have a good night.
Yeah, appreciate you, Heaven Max. Was there anything you wanted to shout out real quick before you go?
So I'll shout out Verbal Combat. That's, I think, where I first saw Rex at, and AVG possibly. And then obviously I want to shout out Tater's channel, the mods, Mr. B, Dave, all of them. So everyone's here is really good. Crusader, if I don't bring him up, he'll complain that I knew about it and didn't say nothing. But yeah, I hope everyone has a good night.
Heck yeah. Well, I appreciate it. As always, you're welcome back on the panel anytime, and you have yourself a God bless night, man.
Yes, God bless. God bless. Christ is risen.
God bless.
Thank you. Yeah, if you guys don't know, Speakeasy on Friday nights, Verbal Combat is a heck of a show. It's quite entertaining. Definitely a stark opposite of what my channel holds. But definitely check them out.
On.
And
you could be that.
What's that?
I said, you never know. It could, the Tater Talks panel could turn into the Tater Debates tournament, and it could be pretty big. Don't discount yourself now.
Well, what I'll be doing is I'll have a separate channel or a separate show for that. So I want to keep my Discord or my discussions so that we can move the conversations forward. But the the heated debates are definitely something that people like. So I'll probably be doing a separate night for those heated debates. And then my Thursday nights will stay the open panels, because I've gotten a lot of good feedback from people that want to be able to speak their piece, but don't like fighting for the mic. And so where I can rein people in and I can give you the mic, I really like that platform. So with that being said, if there's anybody in the chat that likes to discuss things and can keep it cool and collected, I have open panels every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where anyone is welcome. I usually bring forth prompts, but you are welcome to bring forth your own prompts. And if we can get to them, we can get to them in that night. But yeah, so I do probably should wrap it up before long. I do want to get to my whatever watch party that we have on every Sunday for the watch or for the whatever podcast. And I want to say, AVG, you were talking about wanting to take a nap or something like that. So not saying that I want you to get off my channel by any means whatsoever, but I am one that do not give up. I close the bar out, right? Which means if somebody doesn't tell me to get the fuck off their channel, I don't usually do so. So I just wanted to give the opportunity for anybody to shout their channel out or anything like that before we wrap up. And as always, if there's anything that we want to say before we end the discussion and start those, you're welcome to say that.
Since I've got a nap and yeah, I am a stubborn lady, I do need to be shown the door. If I can go first?
Yeah,
okay?
Absolutely, AVG. Yes. You're up in the right-hand corner is where I usually start with anyway, so go ahead.
For sure. Capital A, capital V, capital G, lowercase female debater on YouTube. On X, it's a slight variation. I just have like an 8 instead of the AT. E, follow me for social issues debates and commentary. I do have an upcoming debate I am moderating on the 19th between Emmett and Witchy Bishy. The topic is Christianity's witchcraft. Yeah. You didn't think that was a topic, but it is. I will be moderating that on the 19th. I think it's around 7 p.m. EST. And then on the 26th, I will be debating secular marriage being a bad deal for men against Anson Knowles, and Grid One Motorsports will be the moderator for that.
Nice.
I'll be obviously streaming on both of these debates, so feel free to catch me there. As for what I'm doing in the short term, no idea. I have tomorrow off work, and honestly, I think I'm probably after my nap. Hopefully gonna go visit a few friends tonight. So thanks so much for having me on, Tater. The rest of you gentlemen, pleasure speaking with you, and hope I can contribute something.
Before you go, AVG, I gave Potato some crap very early on in the stream because he referred to you as female average debater. And I told him it's a good thing you're not you prefer to be. It's a good thing that you prefer to be a debater and not a gamer, because if he had messed that up, the acronym would have been quite more difficult. For those trying to do the math, it would be female average gamer.
I can see Bosch trying to process it in his mind here. Yeah, so anybody in the chat, it's a slur. But
I'm so offended that Bandit did that during Promise Month and the month of rainbows.
Right.
God's promise. A rainbow symbolizes God's promise.
Correct. And I'm taking that back just so anybody knows. I have a few emojis in my Discord that has the rainbow. I am taking that symbol back if it kills me. Just kidding. Anyway, AVG, did you have anything else to say, shout out or anything like that?
No, thanks for having me on. And hopefully I was useful. Catch you guys on the next one.
Yeah, I appreciate you. You're always welcome back. Have a blessed night.
You too, sir. God bless.
Thank you. All right, and that puts Bandit up in that corner, so we'll go ahead and let you shout anything out that you want to shout out, Bandit.
I don't have anything to shout out. I usually appear in the chats and a couple of the open panels. So, but I do have some stuff on the channel Bandit 848. I took a hiatus from trying to put it together because it's a long process, but yeah, check out the channel. If you like what you see, let me know. And with that, I'll head on out. Y'all have a good night. It was a good time. And Martae, I don't have any hard feelings against you. It's one of those things that it's more the aftermath than the actual issue that you put forward.
Yeah, I hope that he comes back and sees this. But I appreciate you, Bandit. As always, you're welcome back on the panel, and you have yourself a blessed night, man.
You too.
Good to see you, Bandit.
That puts General Smedley, and I know you didn't get much to talk about tonight, and appreciate you jumping on. Was there anything that you wanted to say or shout out before you go?
No, it was interesting to hear back and forth the way that people wanted to debate and how things are done right and how things are done wrong. So I learned something. It's a learning experience.
Right on. Well, I appreciate you. As always, you're welcome on my panels anytime. You have a blessed night, man.
Before I go, are you guys going to be showing the whatever podcast in your Discord?
Yeah, we'll be in the streaming room here in a little bit, and we'll be doing that just privately. So anybody that wants to join, you're welcome to join. We usually have it up in the background, so it's not like stream sniping, but we like to comment on it and things like that, have a good time with it. But yeah, you're welcome to join, Smedley, and you have a good night.
Okay.
Vosh Schmidt,
too,
that'll put you in the next. So if you have anything that you'd like to shout out.
Yeah, just like and subscribe to the Potato, and actually Leah Bobia and I have a debate coming up on the 20th, about 7 p.m. We're debating whether or not stigma and shame are an effective tool to curb drug use and addiction. So I'm taking the affirmative, so I've got my work cut out for me, especially with Leah.
Right.
So, yeah, come check that out. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah.
When is that?
Other than that, that's going to be the 20th, around 7:15 p.m.
That'll be happening on my channel. And then obviously I'm sure Leia will be streaming it to her channel as well. But please give us both love if you do want to watch it. But yes, I am super excited about that. The 20th at 7 p.m. You said Eastern Standard Time?
Yeah, roughly 7:15ish.
Yeah, as soon as I get a good solid date time, I will be putting together a thumbnail and link, and so I'll try to share that as much as I can so that we can get some people that would like to see it. Obviously, if you don't want to watch it, no hard feelings. But is there anything else that you wanted to chat out, Vosh?
No. It was a pleasure as always.
Right on.
Everybody have a good night.
Well, I appreciate you coming on, and as always, you're welcome to come back on. That'll bring us over to Don't Call It Art. Do you want to shout anything out?
Sure. Yeah, I don't really put out content too consistently right now. I'm an aspiring video editor. I'd like to do that professionally eventually. Right now, I'm just working to get to a financial goal in the next 8 to 10 months so that I can fully focus on doing that, among a few other things. But Don't Call It Art on YouTube. I still put stuff out, just not consistently right now. And Narsty Boy on Rumble.
Okay.
But
right on. Yeah, I need to have you help me with some editing, I think, if you're still willing to for practice and whatnot, since I didn't realize that was what you were trying to go for. I don't like taking people's time, that kind of thing, but I appreciate you offering the help before. So maybe if you're still willing, don't expect anything by any means, but appreciate you, man.
Well, I want to do more when I'm home on the weekends, but I just don't have much energy to come up with ideas during the free time that I do have.
Sure.
So if I have something to do on the weekends, I'll probably put it together for you.
Yeah.
But
I appreciate that. We'll definitely chat. I don't like asking for things, so it's hard for me to actually send the information. But I appreciate you, man. Was there anything else you wanted to say?
Yeah, no worries. No. Thanks for having me on. Let me be here. I didn't say much, but trying to get more comfortable on camera. Want to be streaming, but I don't. Like I said, I want to be a video editor. So
that's fair. That's fair. Right on. Well, yeah,
I'm not trying to be a rock star.
Right. I'll definitely be trying to help you get some editing information if you want. But we'll let you get on with your evening, and God bless, man.
See you around.
Have a good one, man. All right, so that brings us to Reexamination is up in that corner. You have a show. Go ahead and shout your channel out.
Thank you, Tater. Yeah, so tonight about the 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern, we're going to have another episode of Rex and Rev, where we're going to review a debate between Joel McDermott and J.D. Hall on whether or not the Old Testament Civil Code applies to us today. So definitely check that out tonight. But if you're not going to do that, definitely check out Proto Tater because you've got your stream tonight, right?
So I'll actually be just doing the watch party tonight. But yeah, if you want to watch something, definitely go check out Reexamination. Good show. Good show. I appreciate your Reexamination.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Yep.
You're always welcome back. Joker, do you have anything that you'd like to shout out, Batman?
The only thing I want to shout out, first, I really just want to ask you, what are going to be next week's prompts? Are we doing anything for Men's Health Awareness Month?
Ooh, that's a good question. So I don't have the prompts as of right now. I have 2 prompts that I've had sent in. Usually I allow people to send them in, and then like the day before, I'll usually find some prompts, or if I've come up with some. But men's mental health is actually probably going to be added to that list. So I appreciate you pointing that out. Anything else?
The only thing I want to shout out is, all men everywhere. I just want to say you are loved. You are seen. And we need you.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't think enough men are told that. So
yeah,
I just wanted to say that. I wanted to say, obviously Christ is King, and thank you, Potato, for everything that you do, man.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you saying that. And I really appreciate bringing that up because, yeah, that will be on the panel. Men's mental health is important to me. And I appreciate you shouting that out. That's a good shout out. Men everywhere. Just like he said, I see you. I care about you. And if there's anything that I can do for you, I'm here in any way that I can be. Was there anything else you wanted to shout out, Joker?
No, man. God bless.
God bless you. Have a good night, man.
You too.
All right, guys. What a stream. What a stream. Holy cow. What a stream. Just another shout out. Just another point out. I respect Martae. I don't agree with everything that anybody in my Discord has to say. Not everything that they have to say. I have disagreements with pretty much anybody and everybody because I'm just a weird fucking potato. That's why I call myself a potato. But you got to be careful in a debate. You got to be careful when you're putting yourself online and in the public eye. That's all I can say about it. Please take care of yourselves out there. As always, remember those Second Amendment rights within the United States. Your response time is always going to be faster than that of the police, and I seriously want to keep you around. It's not hyperbole. That's not facetious. That is true and honest. I care about all of you. I may be an asshole at times, but I'm trying to be a kind person when it boils down to it. Those outside of the United States, please take care of yourselves the best way that you know how. Because your rights are disappearing, and that's got to stop. For now, the potato. Christ is King. Christ is God, King of Kings, and always will be. Could have been anywhere else in the world, but you were here with me, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. As for now, the potato, signing off.